All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 2 of attempt number 8 of Rimworld. We made leaps and strides in the last episode, acquiring electrical power. We built a beautiful base made of granite. It's a large barracks, really great furniture. We got a psychic shock lance. We got all sorts of weapons. We got 4 fucking colonists. We couldn't be doing better. We're killing it, buddy. We're doing so good. So what we have to do now is try to keep that momentum going. We got to make sure that the 4 colonists we have are powerful and capable of defending themselves. So I think the first thing that we're going to focus on is growing Devil Strand so that we can make powerful clothing for them. Which means we got to put this grow zone out here to work. Let's do it. Now, how much Devil Strand do you harvest per plant? I don't really know, but we could always sell the excess that we don't want. So let's, yeah, grow zone, here we go. We're gonna grow a fuck ton of this shit. It'll take a while to plant it though. It always does. We do have this little crop plot up here. How much Devil Strand do you harvest per plant? It takes 45 days to grow. Each Devil Strand harvest provides 6 textiles. That's the important, relevant information. So we get 6 per Devil Strand planted. And we are going to build an electric tailoring bench. We're also going to have to fish electrical power all the way through the base. All the way through. Now we get mining. We'll get started on a grow zone here. In the fertile soil. I think that'll do. 187 times 6, that's way too much. We really don't need to grow that much. So that's 60, which would get me 300 textiles. All right, we'll grow 100. That'll give us, yeah, that'll do. 98. 100. There we go. Devil Strand. There we go. Let's do it. We're gonna assign Dante to the planting. Where's the grow skill? Right here. So, who's hungry? We might want to start allowing unlimited access to the meals at this point. You can, theoretically, stretch the meals out a lot further if you don't. I could also get into pemmican. Pemmican is pretty convenient, although it carries a much larger chance of food poisoning than the meals do. But you don't waste any pemmican. They eat exactly as much as they need to fully fill their belly. No more, no less. Ugh. I need Molotovs. We gotta lower the value of this persona sword right here. My colony wealth is probably pretty high. Oh, 30,000? Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. Alright, let's allow sewing. I never grow Devil Strand. I'm excited to do it. Very excited to do it. Oh. Very powerful clothing for all of our colonists. Very powerful. We're definitely going to want a perimeter wall, so somebody is going to have to start cutting stone bricks. Who's going to do it? It's a tie between Masao and Kane, so which one? We'll have Kane do it. Alright. Only Kane. Boom. Beautiful. Minor break risk and starvation. All right, everybody eats. We might want to have some mood boosting rituals as well. I think we're gonna keep Dante working through the night. Just to get this whole field done. A little overtime. And we definitely have to shelter these crops. We gotta protect them from the elements. If a thunderstorm happens, right? Like, these crops could all burn down. All of them could end up burning down. So we gotta build a wall around them. We gotta do the fireproof thing, you know? Gotta protect them. Anyway, all the crops are now planted, so it's sleep time. We have 100 Devil Strand. That should be good for 600 Devil Strand, like the textile. And we are gonna have a ritual. We could use the mass mood boost. Now, what's this? We need somebody in the role of the anointed one. Maybe I'll just make Dante that guy, huh? Yeah. If we have an anointed one, then the rituals that we do for mood boosts are going to have a higher likelihood of success. That's why we need them. Beautiful. Okay. Wonderful. All right, we have a mood boost on everybody. Doesn't want to get recreation, eh? Okay. What about meditation? That'll work. We're going to create a stockpile zone right here where we're going to store a shitload of granite blocks. I can carry 2 at a time if I'm hauling them, so we want to haul a whole bunch of them. There. He'll haul 22. And then we'll suspend that work order so the hauling gets done. What's up, sweetie?
I'm going to the post office now.
Travel safely.
Of course.
I love you.
I love you too.
Indeed. I planted 100 Devil Strand. Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take a long time to grow.
45 days, yet. We'll get 600 Devil Strand textiles from it, and I can get everybody armored up. Alright, see you soon. Yeah, little tie-tie. Cozy little rabbit. Weird. Why aren't you hauling the blocks? No empty configurable spot. Makes sense. Here, let's, now we do. And now they'll get to work. We're gonna have to go hunting for more food now. What are we eating? Well, there is a sleeping boomalope up there. Let's take it out. And we have some rhinoceros down there. Don't know how I feel about hunting a rhinoceros necessarily, but... Alright. We're being chased by one of them, but we should be okay. Oh, yes. Now he's nice and slow. He ain't catching up to us. Probably get a shitload of meat from that. Alright, got it. They're gathering the granite chunks that we're gonna need. All right, let's feed everybody. And after we prepare all these meals, we're going to start researching that monolith. We need the ability to raise the dead. That's our main base defense. That's our main form of base defense. All right, we'll take a little break from cooking for now. Now we can resume the work order on the granite blocks. Kane will get busy. Let's get some rec time, though. That's so weird. Why isn't Kane doing recreation? So strange. There must be a reason, right? Could just be a glitch related to combat training. All right, we're gonna send Melisnos over here to start the research on the undead shit. We need the ability to resurrect corpses. That's where our army is gonna come from. This is so weird. Kane will not do recreation. And I don't know why. It's making it really hard to... Here, let's just save and quit. Maybe it's just a glitch that gets fixed by saving and quitting. All right, let's start doing the research here. Now, I have the picture on my desktop for the research path. Dead life dust unlock path. We need to start with bioferrite extraction. And then move on to bioferrite shaping. That'll do. And we need to assign this colonist to high level of dark study, so it's prioritized above all else. I don't know, this colonist still won't do recreation. Hang on. Let's see here. Okay, so this person is bored of every type. Well, you know what? If I make a campfire, they might just have rec time at the campfire. It's worth a shot. They do need multiple forms of recreation. They do get bored of recreation types from time to time. There we go, see? Yeah, so I guess that's it. You just have to... I'm gonna need more than the simple horseshoes, pin, and chess table. We will need more. But at least that works for now. It'll help Kane to not go insane. We have Harbinger tree sprouts that we can feed corpses to. Alright. And let's get Dante constructing. We're gonna line these walls with electrical wiring, and that way we'll be able to put a whole bunch of workstations along that north wall. Ones that require power. Production. Wooden electric tailoring bench. There we go. A bulk goods trader, eh? We may as well keep all the clothing that's in good condition. Trader has insufficient silver to cover this trade. There we go. We made 800 silver selling our leftover textiles from skinning animals. We've almost researched microelectronics. It's crazy fast with both of these guys working on it at the same time. Holding platforms needed. Right, we're gonna need prison cells for the creatures that we're gonna be capturing. But we can use those granite blocks for it. We could build one holding cell right in here. How big is the holding cell? Let's see here. We'll do a granite door for the holding cell. It'll make it a stronger containment zone. We might not need to do a granite door, though. The wooden door opens faster. We'll try the wooden door with granite walls and see how that goes. Transport pod crash. Hey, we could theoretically harvest some organs from this guy. Make some money. Interesting exercise. Okay, let's begin. We'll put down a sleeping spot right here. We need an isolated room for a prisoner. I guess right here. Oh, son of a bitch. Let's arrest him. We got a 100% chance of success. Okay. Operations. Add bill. Harvest. Left kidney. Harvest left lung, and then we'll try to harvest the liver after that. Let's see if it works. Alright, let's begin the operation. Hell yeah. Surgery failed. Goddamn. We'll try again. I feel bad for that guy. Okay, we removed his left lung. Harvest right kidney. Microelectronics has finished researching. Surgery failed. All right, let's unassign Dante from cooking. We'll let the other guy do it. We got it. We took out his fucking kidney. Now we gotta try to remove the liver. We got it. We harvested 3 organs from this guy. The liver, the kidney, and a lung. Buddy, that's highly lucrative, and then he can feed us on top of that. Now, we're gonna need more granite chunks brought over here. There we go. And we'll suspend the work order on the table. We almost have the containment area ready for those anomalous supernatural creatures. All right, the creature containment field is ready. We got it. And we're going to allow unrestricted access to all of those meals. And now we're gonna have to do a caravan to sell some of these organs that we just harvested from that guy. I was able to get a lung, a kidney, and a liver. That's pretty substantial. All right, we'll send Masao with the stallion, all of our leather. And then kidney, lung, and liver. Travel supplies, meals, good medicine. That'll do. All right, let's send them away. Good morning, Sheepy. Guess what, buddy? I just harvested a liver, a kidney, and a lung from somebody, and we're sending a caravan away to sell it all. I'm an organ harvester now, buddy. How are you doing? All right, we can study the monolith a little bit more. Here we go. Oh, that's very rapid progress. Okay. Okay. So far, the Devil Strand is growing, but we've taken... we haven't built any protective layer around it. We probably should very soon. I'm doing pretty good, buddy. I can't complain. Yeah, life is half decent. Alright, we'll sell the leather. Keep the medicine, of course. Oh, look at all that money, dude. We made like 1,500 silver just from the organs. Oh, that's extraordinary. That is great money right there, man. Okay. I could buy that Zeus hammer. I probably should buy it. Interesting. A new board game? We do need another... Hang on. What type of recreation does it give? Cerebral play? Shit, I think that chess is already a cerebral type. Word of joy. That could be useful. Speak happy, calming words to someone using psychic suggestion. It'll suppress uncomfortable thoughts and boost mood, but it dulls sensation and decision making, which reduces consciousness. That drawback is kind of questionable. Huh. Well, not that much that we want to buy right now. Let's just head home, I guess, right? After we buy this Zeus hammer. Oh, shit. I actually can't even afford it. Yeah, it's too expensive. It's a good quality Zeus hammer, that's why. That makes sense. All right. Let's head back home. We have 3,000 silver. And we should go hunting. So Kane and Dante will go on one hell of a hunting spree, looking for large animals here. Muffalo up there, whole bunch of muffalo. This could be pretty bad, honestly. Hang on. We certainly need to maximize our range here. It's raining, so our ranged accuracy is going to be pretty poor. And now it's getting dark. I think that might affect our accuracy too. That one's bleeding out quite heavily. Well, that's one muffalo. Let's prioritize whatever ones are wounded. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Major break risk. God damn. We're gonna max out our recreation right as soon as he's rested enough to do it. Caravan meeting. Okay. We have nothing to sell, and they don't have much worth buying. We could buy a fucking grizzly bear, which is kind of crazy, but I think we'll pass. We'll move on. All right. Hey, sweetie. Welcome home. Caravan is back and a feral child wanders in. That's funny, dude. Okay. I found out something new. You know how there's the pen marker? You can hitch an animal to a caravan post, but you need a pen marker. Whenever your people get back from a caravan, they'll take the animal to the pen, but they won't take the animal automatically to the caravan marker. So if all you have is a caravan marker and you don't have a pen for the animals, you'll have to manually right-click the animal when you get back and say rope to caravan hitching post. But you don't have to do it, it does it automatically when you have a pen. Yeah, really useful. Guarding for Allocam quest. We could get 8 Glitter World medicine here, but it's also going to be summoning crazy-ass creatures. A mechanoid hive. Yeah, I don't think so.
Mechanoid hive in the semi-early game.
Why the hell would I even want to help this guy? He recently murdered a human child favored by an archotech and has been targeted by a mechanoid hive in response. Like, yeah, I don't think so.
Hey, I killed the kid and now I'm wanted. Help me.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we got a lot of meals now. A war merchant, eh? Maybe we can sell the ambrosia to the war merchant. We'll see. Let's resume the granite blocks work order. Give Kane something to do. Thank you, sweetie.
Would you like a coffee cup?
Sure. Okay, we can sell the ambrosia here. Chickens join. All right, we can't build on any of this terrain over here, but I'm thinking we should try to wall off a large portion of this area where the crops are, right? Where we can grow shit. Wouldn't be a bad plan. Terrain allowing, right there. There, we're gonna have a lot of walled off space. Although, maybe I should make sure that I directly hug the grow zone itself. Thank you, sweetie. Okay, I think that'll do. Every tile within these walls is going to be, like, fertile soil. And then we just need a door to get in.
Crazy suggestion.
What's that?
Say to grow eggs, of course, for food. Possibly bacon crumble for the tomato. I bet it might be good.
Real bacon? Yeah. It'd be good. It'd be good, yeah.
Only tomato soup, sandwiches, and eggs.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. With something that.
Yeah. Alright, we have a walled off garden area now, but we have to make sure that we don't build a roof there. So we're just gonna put a remove roof order on the entire thing. Crops can't grow where there's a roof. Go figure, right? Alright. We'll get that built as soon as possible. Do we need these chickens? Oh, let's slaughter them. I don't want to go to the work of hauling them all back to base. Alright, we're killing all the chickens. It's food in the freezer. So now that we've researched microelectronics, we're gonna want to research transport pods. We can use those to give gifts to neighboring colonies, but we need machining and biofuel refining as prerequisites, but they won't take long. Alright, we're gonna start by getting rid of all of the trees and berry bushes that are underneath the wall blueprints. That'll do. Let's get it done. This will largely protect all of our crops from spreading fire. And in order to make sure that a forest fire doesn't burn down our wooden door right here, we're gonna build a little roof around it, and then we're also going to cut plants in front of it. That way there's nothing for this, like, for the fire to spread from, you know? Alright, Melisnos. We need to set this guy to hauling. They left us a gift of medicine, look at that. I'm gonna watch Melisnos work for a bit and see how this works. I'm hoping he'll butcher the animal and then haul all of the meat here. and then start cooking it. Because right now he butchers the animal, leaves a pile of meat here, and only takes enough to cook. This is nice. We no longer need to micromanage the food supply of the colony. They're going to eat when they're hungry, and we're just going to make sure the freezer is always full. All right, we've delivered. Now Dante just has to get it all built. Now let's see what Melisnos does. Okay, so he's cooking. And then he butchers. Brought all the meat over there. And then cooks it. And he cleans before he cooks. To make sure that the space is ready for actual cooking. So I think this is the perfect way. Like, whoever your chef is, make sure that they have cleaning and hauling set to 1 with cooking set to 2. Now, he should clean before he cooks. Yep. All right, we're getting raided. They will prepare for a while and then attack. There's 3 people over here. And 3 over there. That's a massive fucking raid, if I can be honest. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna start building our graveyard for corpse resurrection. Definitely. We're gonna want to build a bunch of graves. A lot of them. We could use the raid protection. And we'll build the graveyard around here. If I want to expand the base, I'll probably build down. Because this is where the spike trap hallway entrance is, so we're definitely going to want a graveyard here for a bunch of corpses to resurrect. We'll start with those. All right, everybody home. Melisnos, we are going to... Hang on. We need to change our areas. Area 1. So he is going to stay here in base at this point. Area 1, because he doesn't fight. He doesn't do any fighting. Alright, you 3. You start battling the invaders. Hell yeah. It is amazing to have long-range weapons like that. It'd be better if we all had sniper rifles, but this isn't bad. On its face, this really isn't bad. Oh, beautiful. Woo! Okay. All right, run away, get some distance. Where's the others? Down below, there's one. Okay. Yo, that guy has 17 fucking... Oh, that's sick. He was carrying 17 herbal meds. No way. Okay. That's a full restock for our base. They're all naked, it looks like. That was a very easy raid to propel. Numbers aren't everything. All right. Well, let's get going. Oh, there's another raid. Okay, 2 groups. Interesting. All right, fire at that one. Get some distance. Oh, we melted his fucking health. Yeah, the trap hallway isn't necessary for melee raids, it seems. We really just have to make sure that we kite the melee fighters. He dead. Oh, glorious. And now we are going to want to focus on starting to bury these guys. We need an army of the undead. A mad alpaca. Jesus, okay. Always something. We got it on the traps. No harm, no foul. Now, we're going to want to suspend this work order. These guys have to be buried. Prioritize burying Lyra. The stats probably matter, which makes me pretty happy. We're burying people with like 12 melee right now. 12, 9, etc., right? Let's let him get some recreation. He needs it. All these guys have really high melee. Wonderful, man.
A really bad joke.
I guess, yeah.
No harm, no foul.
Wow. That's a good one. That's good in the sense that, like, my soul is dead. The god is dead. Alright, we got a haul. Man, this is awesome. We're starting to work on the graveyard. I'm researching the anomaly stuff. I know exactly where to go to unlock the IED for Dead Life Dust.
Are cannibals, so
Well, I mean, now, I've gotten to a point now that I have a freezer where I can hunt, like, a few animals and build up. I have, like, 48 meals in my freezer right now. So now we can start to designate corpses to... Oh, by the way, if you kill and bury a Thrumbo and then resurrect it, it's just as strong as a normal one.
yeah.
Crazy.
I'm gonna research.
Yeah.
I'm scared of what's gonna.
It's really not that bad. I mean, the vast majority of it is very easy to handle. Yeah, at least in the beginning. I haven't gotten far enough to see, like, the later stuff, but it doesn't seem so bad, really.
I want the shit.
Oh, it's nice, yeah. Alright, Kane, bury that guy. We have a heat wave starting. We have 7 corpses buried. We gotta keep building the walls around the garden area. Howdy, Mike. Welcome, buddy. How are you doing? Yeah, we're working on researching dead life dust, and we're gonna build a massive cemetery so we can raise corpses to fight for us. A necromancer playthrough. A marriage ceremony? Goddamn, Dante and Melisnos are getting married. Quiznos Pizza, yeah. Okay, we're now all celebrating. I may as well just let them fucking sleep together at this point.
Scared of pregnancy. Choose and avoid pregnancy approach.
It's alright. Let's reinstall this bed right there. Now we're gonna need a double bed. Oh, I don't want that. Jesus Christ. Massive mechanoid fight? No. I hate the mechanoid clusters that land and you have to engage them. like out in the open. All right, we're starting to get some heat stroke here. We're gonna turn off the heater, and then we have to build one of these passive coolers in there temporarily. All right, that should make the temperature in here relatively safe, I'd imagine. Not really, it's not going down. I have to close that door. And then we'll also hold this door open to let the freezer air into the room. It does mean that our meals aren't gonna freeze as well. Well, at all. They won't be refrigerated, but we have 3.7 days before we have to worry about that. Okay. How do you assign them to not have a baby? Okay, so, and it doesn't eliminate the chance for pregnancy, but it reduces it down a lot. Okay. All right, I think we pretty much got control. Oh, well, right. We might be okay for the heat wave. Might be. We don't have any heat stroke, so we'll try to freeze the meals in here against the tide of the heat wave and just keep this room cool. Now, why are you research? Oh, right. I didn't re-enable the butchering build. No, I did. Why aren't you butchering? Outside allowed area. Right, we had to protect him from the raids, so. Okay. Let's add a new research. We need bioferrite shaping, which will then lead to dead life dust. The wall is almost built around our entire garden. Do you do first year cotton to make clothes or furniture? I don't do cotton, no. I pretty much just abduct whoever comes to my base first and then convert his leather into clothing. Or, like, you know, usually people crash land in transport pods with clothing. God, why are we putting rotten hens here? Yeah, last thing we need is fucking rotten hens in our base. Let's drop those over here. He's not getting recreation. Shit, he must be bored of all the recreation types. Alright, let's just suspend that work order. He can spend more time inside. Area 1. Because I'd imagine the heat stroke is what's making him really uncomfortable. Yeah. Anybody about to have a break because of the heat stroke, we'll just send them inside. You don't need to worry too much about clothing issues if, you know, I usually do like a high quality barracks, right? So I'll try to get like some sculptures. I want to have one big, beautiful room where there's like, you know, this is one very impressive room. So everybody who dines here, everybody who does recreation here, they all get mood boosts. You can kind of counteract the nudity debuff that way. Let's put our silver on that shelf right there. There we go. 3,900 silver. Not bad. I never did finish training Dante's melee. We'll have to do that soon. But our crops are almost entirely protected from the weather. Let's take a break and finish the wall tomorrow. We'll go back to base where it's cooler. It's got minor heat stroke. It'll cool down at night though. Especially if we open this door to the freezer and leave it open for the night. All right, our heat stroke has vanished. Let's close the door to the freezer, preserve the food. Hello, old fart. It's good to see you, buddy. We are doing quite well, yeah. The colony's coming together. We have a walled-off garden, just about. We're growing 100 devil strand for clothing. We have a little prisoner pen in there with the horse. We built a little containment area as well in here for... what do you call them? The anomaly guys. Yeah. There we go. It's well lit. Let's finish that wall around our garden. Oh, and old fart, we're researching. So right now we're starting our cemetery, and we are currently in the process of researching for dead life dust so that we can resurrect an army of corpses. However, I'm gonna have to temporarily take a look at a little video here. Adam versus Everything Dead Life Dust. If you guys want Rimworld tips, check out Adam versus Everything's channel. The guy does it like legit. He's who I learned Dead Life Dust from, and we're gonna be using it. All right. Dead Life Dust has a massive radius, dude. Those IEDs, look at that. Yeah, we don't have to worry. So that's a massive fucking radius. Unbelievable. Okay, you can't move a grave, right? You can probably remove it. You can open the grave and move the corpses, and you can deconstruct it. So I guess, yeah, can modify it at will. Okay. Well, the wall around the garden is fully built. Now, let's let Kane outside to do some work for the day. And I think I should build a uranium mace in case we ever want, like, 2 melee blockers. So maybe let's build the smithy. We are going to want to kind of min-max the space a little bit here. I could do that, and then move this over here. And we have that mod that lets us move stuff in post. Like, I could probably move that electric smithy if I wanted to. We don't have to worry about that. Let's go mine some more steel. If you want to utilize Raider corpses, Mike, the best way is Dead Life Dust. Watch Adam versus Everything's video on Dead Life Dust IEDs. You'll see what I mean. The heat wave is over. Let's deconstruct that passive cooler. We now have our electric smithy. So, who has the best crafting? I have 8. Meliznos also has 8, so it can be either one of us. Details, uranium mace only, and it's going to be Meliznos who crafts it. Actually, Meliznos has other research-based stuff to do, like with the Dead Life research, so... Alright. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, we're making a uranium mace. Hopefully it's a decent one. We already have that mono sword, which I've never used before, but it's considered one of the best weapons in the game, like an advanced tech, so... The Devil Strand is 1/3 of the way grown. Hopefully we don't get a cold snap that just mucks all of our plants, right? Alright, we made a good uranium mace. Hell yeah. Still got plenty of meals. They're going slowly. Dante's mood is at 100. Still don't know how I feel about having a bald wife. Yeah. But that's probably like an expensive tech, right? Where's the styling station? Oh, okay. People can use this to change their look. All right, I'll build it, and we'll try to use it to give her, like, better hair. And then we'll probably deconstruct it when we're done. Hair. Well, it's not really letting me change her hair, though. There's no, like, variety of hairstyles available. Yeah, there's no other hairs. There's no other hairs available. The hair is just stuck bald. Yeah. I'll just dismantle it, whatever. All right. It's gonna take a while to finish researching the bioferrite shaping. Hopefully we can... Oh, wait. Ancient dangers. We could try to crack into one. Sometimes they have those creatures in them. But, I mean, that's obviously a very dangerous thing to do. And we're gonna expose the map to Overhead Mountain if we do it. Alright, so we're gonna have a wall right there, another one right here. We're gonna build a whole bunch of wooden spike traps. And then structure, fence. Now we're gonna get that built. How much wood do we have anyway? Oh, plenty. Yeah, we have just about 750 wood. We're fine. Ancient dangers might allow me to capture one of those supernatural creatures so we can get more research toward Dead Life Dust done faster. And we've already researched IEDs. We researched machining. Let's research biofuel refining. We need that for the transport pod. Alright, we have the trap hallway done. Now we have to crack into it. But we have to make sure everybody is ready. So Melisnos can't even do combat, which is fine. Masao has the great bow. He's just wandering. Kane is staying close to base doing the granite blocks. Let's suspend that work order so he just chills at home and doesn't wander off. And we're gonna gear up for the worst case scenario, so we'll put on the flak jacket and a flak vest. And then we will grab the uranium mace. And then Masao will do the same thing. Like, they'll both be, you know... Let's see here. And I think we'll have Kane equip the mono sword, but apparently that makes it, like, bound to Kane. This weapon's persona has a sense of motion. It confers to the wielder, making them move 15% faster as long as the weapon is held. It supports kind thoughts to whoever it is bonded with, increasing their mood. Well, Cain is typically, you know, at risk of mood problems, so the persona sword will help with that. Nice, +6 mood all the time. I should try to make a helmet real quick. Make simple helmet. Out of steel. Yeah, we'll get Dante to craft that, and then, you know, Cain will be ready. You wear the flak jacket, as well as the normal flak vest. And equip the uranium mace. Looks like we're actually going to want a second simple helmet. Yeah, you can't prepare enough when you're doing this stuff. You got to make sure you cover all your bases. It only takes like one stray bullet, and then your guys have like destroyed brains, you know? We'll break into that ancient danger tomorrow, and it looks like there's another ancient danger directly across from it. So we'll see what we get. All right, they're well armored. Everybody can get some sleep tonight, and then we'll crack in there and begin. Thank you, Fabian. Thank you very much. Hell yeah. It's been good to get some exercise. I have another 40 days to go. It's definitely improved my quality of life a lot. All right, uranium mace, persona sword. Dante will keep the chain shotgun equipped. He will also wear the gun link. Now let's go to sleep, and we can start tomorrow morning. After everybody has eaten and prepared. Hopefully the spike trap hallway does most of the work, but you never know what's going to spawn or how trap resistant they're going to be when they spawn. All right, let's go. Okay, yeah, we have those fleshy monstrosities there. Let's go. Everybody run back to base. You don't want to get close to those. See how they're multiplying, right? And I'm pretty sure when you kill them, they actually explode. Kind of. They like explode in a wave of flesh and bone and guts and shit, and it does damage. But we can capture one of these creatures. Hopefully the bigger one. I'm hoping we can just get the bigger one. They might be moving to attack our structures. Yeah, they are. Okay, we're gonna have to fight them. So, melee blocker. Hang on. Hold the door open. You move right there. You move right here. And Dante will shoot. Come on. Yeah, we downed one of the big ones. I think that's it. Yeah, that is it. Okay, we gotta try to capture... Oh, the tough spike just died. Well, the big one is gone, unfortunately. The tough spike would have been a great capture if we could have gotten it. 4 conditions needing tending. Psychic speed in the brain. Right, that's the sword doing that. Okay, so... we're gonna enable self-tend. It went as well as could be hoped, honestly. Now let's try to capture one of these fuckers here. I was really hoping we'd get that tough spike. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Melisnos is being chased by a oh, okay. All right. Go down that way. Go on. And we need to intercept, like, now. Run, Melisnos. No, it's my wife you're fucking up. Fly, Dante. Got it. Okay, you're all right, Melisnos. You're all right. Now, Masao, you have to go tend that finger spike and capture it. Capture it first. And then tend to it. Alright, now we can repurpose this hallway and use it to open up the other one. Ugh. All right. Summon flesh beasts research available. And I'll bet there's Overhead Mountain. Wow, there's actually not any exposed Overhead Mountain in there. This one could be a different story, though. We're gonna need a new stone cutter's table. And we're gonna need more wood. Let's cut these trees down. Okay, the trap hallway is ready, and we can bust in there first thing in the morning. I've definitely gotten a lot better at doing the ancient dangers. I respect it. I know how dangerous it is. What the fuck are you? Independent wild man. Interesting. Age 6. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go ahead and kill you, kid. Later. I don't know if we should be eating the twisted meat meals. Yeah, that's disliked food. We're not gonna eat that. So let's go here to details. We're gonna go to twisted meat and we're gonna disallow it as an ingredient. What the fuck are you? Independent wild woman. You're about to be a strong independent woman with no life. Okay, wait. Yeah, fuck her up. Alright. Alright, you guys can go back to bed. Last thing I want is wild people walking in my base. I can study that in 4 hours. We're now going to start getting more experience, but I might want to expand upon this. We can have more cells from more creatures is the thing, right? So what's the width of this? 5, corner to corner, so 5, 5, and then we need doors right here, separating the cells. Anomaly, holding spot. Yeah, we'll make more cells like that. Let's make sure everybody's got good recreation here. Okay. We're going to prioritize the butchering of these carcasses. And what's the skills here? Incapable of violence. So we definitely don't want to be burying that person for the purpose of fighting later. Critical alert, insufficient containment. Let's construct that wooden door and fix that. Done. We now have 3 more, well, we have 2 more holding cells for those creatures. Yeah, we have one twisted meat meal in there. But we can get rid of it. We don't have to eat it. We'll go over here, we'll drop it in the water, and it'll gradually decompose. Very quickly, honestly. That meal is the good one. Let's pick it up. And this meal is the twisted meat meal, which we will forbid access to. Now we'll put some wall lamps in here. More hidden conduits to protect against short circuits. Shit, looks like that's all the steel that we have, though. We're gonna need more. Well, we can do the lights later. For now, let's start that raid. Everyone's gonna have to eat, though. Oh, fuck. What the hell happened to the cooler? I guess they were attacking it, eh? I might want to build a little granite wall around it, like that, just to protect it. We'll make sure it remains unroofed, though, so that the heat can still escape. I guess we'll be doing that other area tomorrow. All right. We'll make sure everybody is tip-top for that hidden area. Raid, the Broken Empire. Relationship, the brother of Miznos. Oh, this is a drop pod raid. Okay, everybody get up. And let's get ready for a fight here. Yeah, you guys go right here. Wait. Right there. Dante, go behind them. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. I got a massive cut on my head right there. Okay. Yeah, it's fucked. Meliznos, you may as well just wait outside. Okay, wait. These guys have rifles and guns? Oh my god, that's not good. That guy's got a Hellcat rifle. I need to Psychic Shock Lance him. Or else he might use the flamethrower, right? This guy has another Hellcat. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, we took out the fucking raid. Strip that guy. Holy fuck. We actually got pretty hurt with that one. My left lung has been destroyed on... wait. No, that might not be my guy. No, okay, that's the other guy. We destroyed his lung. Good. That's a weird thing to good, but... Alright. Prioritize tending. You as well. Prioritize tending. Always something going on. How do you feel since we just killed your relative? Doesn't even care. I guess they were estranged. Well, wait, unless that's the brother right there. Social. Yeah. So she might get pretty pissed when we kill her brother right there. I'm just glad we got that good Hellcat rifle. Oh yeah, that's a mood hit. My half-sibling Antigonos died. Well, you know what? Antigonos had a big fucking mouth. Alright. Let's store all this stuff. Get that corpse out of here. And clean the barracks. So far, we're doing alright, man. It's a damn... I'm noticing now that we need to keep our armor on. I usually prefer to, like, save the durability of it type thing, right? But we had a drop pod raid right there. Like, we barely had time to respond, and if I wasn't wearing my armor, that could have gone very differently. So... let's get those steel slag chunks out of there. Take them outside, drop them on the ground. Go back to bed. Alright, Kane. Use Preach Health on Masao. That way he might recover quicker. We need to fix the roof, don't we? That'll happen automatically, I'd imagine. Yeah. Alright, where's Dante going? We have 2 more containment cells. We're gonna add all of this to the home zone. Maybe not, like, the floors, but at least the walls. Now let's work on building that new stone cutter table. And I might want to make, like, a fortified garage type thing to protect these workstations. Yeah, so we'll do this. Expand zone. We'll put our corpses right here. Copy. Paste. Get rid of that stockpile zone. Put a wooden door right here. And now they won't be able to just attack these workstations at will, right? Build it out of granite. It'll be fortified. One of these days we'll we'll get into that second ancient area, ancient danger. Pretty soon, honestly, it's gonna happen. I think we're just about ready. My melee guys, their health isn't looking too good. Kane is looking a lot better. Let's get Dante to open this thing up. All right, it's more flesh beasts, but they're all small. There's no big flesh beast in there. So let's get Dante home. Look at that. They're already fucking dying on the traps. Nothing. I'd love to capture that tri-spike right there, but most likely when we kill it, it... Oh my god. Okay, we might be able to get it. We're gonna tend to the tri-spike. It ain't moving. It's only got 5% of its health left. What are you doing? You're gathering slate blocks. No, you're gonna leave those there. But you can totally grab these more valuable items. That tri-spike is nice, dude. We can research that creature. Which means we'll have the dead life dust sooner. Oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't have butchered those human carcasses. It's possible we could have buried them as soldiers, but if we do everything right, then there should be plenty of time for that. So we now have two different creatures. We have the finger spike and the tri-spike. And we've cleared two ancient dangers. Put barricades in the cooler opening so that drop pods don't land there. Does that work? Well, I don't know if the drop pod's gonna land there. It's only one block and the drop pods are 2x2, so. Devil Strand is 47% grown. We'll have better armor soon. So far, no scars on anybody. Shambler's Approach. Are there any, Yes, there is Overhead Mountain right here, but maybe we could fill that in with some wooden walls to hopefully it'll stop the bugs from spawning in. Oh, and we still have enemies over there. I could capture one of them. No, he bleeds out in 1 second. That guy bleeds out in 5 hours. Do we bother? I think so. I think so, yeah. Where's the Shambler? Far away. But the more of these creatures that we capture, the faster that research takes place for the dead life dust, so. We don't know what awaits us in the ancient crypto sleep caskets. We could shoot them to open them. We know that. You can shoot them instead of manually opening them. Very valuable info. We learned that last playthrough. All right. Every male colonist will have a better mood for a while, but we now have a solar flare. All of our electrical power is out. Now we need to build a roof over this to make sure fire can't spread to the door. There. And then we have to cut the grass. I'll bet we could get some good corpses for the graveyard. Opening those crypto sleep caskets. I'll bet. Oh. All right, the power is back. And how are we doing on anomaly research? Decent. Yeah, it's going a lot faster now that we captured all those creatures. Monolith study progress. He made a breakthrough while studying. She believes the monolith is a conduit for psychic energy, connecting to some distant location. Okay. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Let's cut that grass right now. Make sure it's done. Make sure this is a fireproof wooden door. God, I can work Dante to the bone and he's still fine. Like, he's always got an astronomically high mood. Anyway, the trap hallway is done, which means we can shoot those crypto sleep caskets and wake up whoever's inside. And then add them to the graveyard. We'll have soldiers in it, right? Oh, beautiful. I can actually see the perimeter of an IED before I even have it. Beautiful. Disable sewing, so that's where we put the IED. That's all we need to know. Yep. We gotta get rid of that fucking twisted meat. Oh yeah, we have a good Hellcat rifle now. God damn. That is nice, buddy. Okay, biofuel refining is now researched, so we need to research transport pods. But for that, I need the high-tech research bench. Okay. Let's get gunsmithing. I hope you guys are ready to fight more. We're gonna grab that Hellcat rifle. And then we gotta eat. All the soldiers need to eat. All right, let's go. Doesn't look like there's any hostiles in there. Oh, wait, there's mega scarabs. What the fuck were they doing in there? Okay. What the hell is it doing? Okay, so they're not inherently hostile. That guy, where the fuck is he going? Well, let's chase him down. He's got a bio-coded assault rifle, but that ain't gonna help him much. Not in melee range. Witnessed outsider's death, but at least we got all of his shit. Now let's head inside. Oh yeah, we gotta be stripping these guys. Let's disable the body harvesting. Yeah, we can't forget, we have to try to strip the ones with armor. Hyperweave t-shirt and a normal bolt action rifle. Hell yeah. We're getting good stuff. That wasn't so bad. Now we have to convert the hallway. That went so well that I'm willing to open the other crypto sleep caskets right now and get started on them. We need to make sure that tainted clothing can't be collected anywhere. Copy settings. Paste. I think that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Okay. We got to get all that stuff on the other side of the wall. I guess not. It doesn't matter too much. All right. Let's be quick about this. You guys come down here. Oh. Let's kill that guy. Captain Purple over here. And then you kill him. Corpses for the grave. All right. We are ready to wake them up. Fire away. We have one hostile in there. A couple of scarabs. Let's get Dante back here and get the melee blockers up in front, right there. Hell yeah. Back in position. We can strip them. Make sure that none of their stuff becomes tainted. Let's just let them fight it out. Nice. Okay. And strip. We're gonna have a lot of loot to organize, but we'll be... Look at that. Recon armor. Like, yeah, this is great. Okay, I think we are just about done. Let's tend. You're free to go. Everybody's free to go. We already have it set so that we can't collect the tainted stuff. So let's just get started. And we have a lot of corpses for the graves. Took a while, but we're finally done. Let's just get started on hauling all that stuff here in a place where it won't decompose, and then we'll organize it later. So we'll do like a massive hauling zone right there, where we will disallow the collection of anything rotten and any apparel tainted. Yeah. Oh, a lot of corpses here for the cemetery. Now, that guy's got a good shooting level, but that's not really a good... 9, 7... We can butcher anybody who doesn't have a good melee level. I would say anything above 4. Like, 4 and up is acceptable. So, the Dead Life IED. 1, 2, 3. I can put 3 more graves horizontally. And then down below it, 2 to the side. Oh, buddy. Well, we need to... Hang on. See, that guy... Not worth it. We'll haul him. I guess, you know what? It's actually... Yeah, the hauling zone for corpses is full. So we're just gonna... disallow access to all the ones who... only have shooting skill and don't have sufficient melee. Man, I'm getting good at this. You know how much fucking loot we're gonna have to pour through and organize before we're done? Look at this guy, I forgot him. He's just bleeding out. Oh, what a good lad. We're definitely gonna want to build a smelter. We can melt down a lot of not needed shit at this point. We'll put it right there for now. But we're gonna have to do that manually, like very carefully, because what you don't want to do is melt down the shit that you do like, right? 3 melee, huh? Hang on. We're gonna assess and analyze all of the corpses. So let's just open every fucking grave. Only the finest corpses for my undead army. Only the finest. That one we're definitely burying. This guy. See, that one you don't want. This one. Definitely. Not that one. Coyote? Hell yeah. What about this guy? Oh, definitely. Yeah, they both have like level 9. All right. 12. 8. 10. That guy only has melee level 3, so I'm really not feeling it. Let's look at these guys. All right, Masao, bury this one. And I think we said 4 was like our acceptable number. And this guy. He is not one of the ones that we keep. Let's take him out. This is nice, isn't it, guys? Preparing our undead army. All right, now let's butcher these. We know they're not keepers. We have to wait till Melisnios comes back, or whatever the fuck. Okay. Gathering ambrosia. All right, harvested ambrosia. Well, in the meantime, you have to butcher these carcasses, so... Yeah, you're homebound. And let's collect all of this twisted meat and get rid of it, so that there's room for the human meat there. Same with that fucking berry. We don't need a berry in there. And we'll put it all right here in that body of water for deterioration. Okay. Going good, buddy. Going fucking great. We got a lot of room for more corpses. We're gonna be necromantic lords. Melisnos, yes, it is Melisnos. I love all this new stuff that I'm doing. Like, oh, you get way more experience with the larger creatures. That's dope. And then we can almost study the monolith again. Oh, we need more meals. Yeah, we've been burning through our meals. It's a good thing we had this massive cook-off. Animal disease plague. Oh, okay, instantly. Fix that fucking horse. Dante, you are on it. Only the finest quality medicine for our boy. Wait, is that a male? Yeah, it's a male horse, so... Our boy deserves the finest of care. We're almost done with the bioferrite shaping. Melisnos has begun to fixate on the void and wishes to investigate it using the void provocation ritual. Use the void provocation ritual to discover and capture entities. Entities can be studied to complete anomaly research projects or connected to a bioferrite harvester to generate bioferrite. My. Alright, we need more meals. Let's get cooking. Well, I guess we may as well just finish sleeping, right? We've hauled everything that was over there. We're gonna have to build those 4 wooden walls. We'll do that on our own time, but all the good loot has been amalgamated into our storage. We have a shitload of bolt-action rifles now, which is so dope, dude. We definitely got some organizing to do, though. We're gonna want to build, like, an armory type thing, you know? And our melee guys can wear this hyperweave clothing. Hang on. I didn't allow the collection of tainted apparel in there, so what about... Yeah, there's still a little bit of tainted, like, the flak jacket, the vest right here. All of that is... We can melt it down, so we're gonna want to go grab that stuff. Who's rested? You're going down there anyway, so you're gonna pick up all that flak stuff. Oh, more. That is a damn full inventory, but we got most of the flak stuff that we want to melt down. What the fuck? Yo, there's a mega scarab sleeping in my house. Yeah, all of that flak shit can be melted down for free steel, so... I need one of my melee guys to come here and clean up this fucking, yeah, mega scarab. Kill it. There we go. I don't really think I want to... You know, technically my colonists, they love insect meat. So I guess we may as well just butcher that and eat it like it was anything else. We need to cook more meals now, though. So, Melisnos, come home. And get cooking before we start to starve. You may not leave until the cooking is done. A party? God damn, Melisnos is throwing a party. We have been very successful lately, it only makes sense. Oh, don't worry, Zuzi. Most of the flesh beasts that I was fighting was from waking up ancient dangers. At most, you'll get, like, attacked stealthily at night,
Yeah, well, I already got like
the sight stealer's like the worst it is. That's the worst it is. So if you already dealt with that, you should be good for a long time. Just make sure you have somebody researching the void stuff every day. You have an anomaly tab in your research tree. Work on that. Yeah, if you want to do, if you want to reach the IED for resurrection, you have to go bioferrite extraction first, and then bioferrite shaping, and then you can unlock it. Shit, we called off the party. Oh well, we're still doing great. This is fine. Okay, let's gather some steel with Dante. We need it. Then we're gonna use that steel to get more steel. Ambrosia sprout. Well, aren't we happy that we built a granite wall around our garden? It would be burning down right now if we hadn't. Disable sewing, they'll collect that when it's done. The Devil Strand is 58% grown. It does take a long ass time to grow. A mad doe. Food. All right, add bill, smelt weapon and smelt apparel, but we have to be very careful about this. Clear all. The apparel is the important thing first, so we can allow tainted but not allow clean. That's what we want to do. And then for the weapons, we're gonna have to be more... Actually, weapons, we don't... There's like no weapons we want to get rid of. Maybe some steel knives and some clubs, but not our uranium ones. Smelt weapon. What we can do is we can alter the ingredient radius and then make sure that we're only dropping the stuff that we want to smelt within the range of the smelter. That works. But temporarily, we're gonna suspend the smelt weapon order. I don't want to fuck that up, but we can do the clothing. Everything tainted. Okay. Yeah, we're smelting down all the tainted shit that we got. Pretty sure we get 15 steel per tainted piece of armor, right? Makes it worth it. Let's check our anomaly research. We're almost done with bioferrite shaping. This is pretty much the first time that I've been completely reckless with my wealth, knowing that I can probably fight off whatever comes. It feels nice. So, we need to do something very specific here. I am going to reinstall the electric smelter in here. Mechanoid cluster. Shit. Well, that sucks. Auto charge turrets. Dormant. Countdown activator activates in 1.9 days. There's an unstable power cell there that we could try to shoot. Do a lot of damage, but... Alright, well, let's try to get Dante on it. We were unable to buy, like, a Zeus hammer and stuff, so... Now, what we want to do is zoom out, look at that. Go to the details. You can see the radius, right? You can shrink or increase the size of the radius. So basically anything that we want to smelt down, we have to drop in there, right? So we're going to make a stockpile right here. And within that stockpile, we will allow... Hang on. Pick up steel knife. Now, there were some bio-coded weapons. Let's pick up that bio-coded assault rifle, bio-coded machine pistol. Gotta make sure we're not keeping any bio-coded shit. Bio-coded bolt-action rifle in there. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is... Wait, where's my, Hellcat? I must have accidentally equipped one of those. As long as my Hellcat, my good Hellcat is over there, we're fine. None of that is bio-coded. This stockpile zone is now empty. So I'm gonna disallow Dante to leave. And then we are going to allow the smelting of all these weapons. Allow all. And Dante is just gonna get busy, you know? And we will make him drop stuff on the floor here. And then we can increase the radius, but we have to remember to disable that work order when the time comes, otherwise we're getting rid of a lot of really good shit. Now, is there light right there? Light enough to work? Yes. What the fuck do we do about that mechanoid cluster, buddy? Those Tesserons and Lancers are gonna wake up eventually. Oh my god. a beam grazer, it shoots fucking fire. Like, I don't know the best practice for dealing with that. Not really. Might be able to use that. The hell? There we go. Okay, let's go over here. Run away. Holy shit, I can try to lure them through the traps here. Maybe. We'll want to grab some sniper rifles and engage them far away and lure them into this trap hallway here. Okay, let's just go home. Dante is still working on that stuff. Gunsmithing research is finished. We're now going to do blowback operation research. Fucking 65 degrees in here. I'm getting affected by heat stroke. Alright, we're gonna finish this later, but that means I have to suspend the smelt weapon work order, and just to be safe, we're gonna reduce the radius. Okay. And then disallow interaction with those items on the ground. But we have a lot more steel now, thanks to that. Man, fuck that mechanoid cluster, dude. We all gotta go to sleep. Honestly, Dumb Shrum, I've never beaten the game before. I'm just trying to survive as long as I can and explore as many mechanics as I can. I've never used Dead Life Dust, so the goal for this series is to use Dead Life Dust. If it's so effective that I end up beating the game somehow, then great. Hello, Lee. I'm doing good, buddy. I'm doing good. We're actually fighting our hearts out. We've survived a transport pod raid. We have a really wonderful, simple base here. We've done 2 ancient dangers already, and that includes awakening the crypto sleep casket people. Currently, we have a mechanoid cluster that we have to deal with, so I'm pretty nervous about that. It's the kind of thing that usually has the power to end a playthrough, for me at least. So we're gonna see how we deal with that. Alright, bioferrite reshaping has been researched. Oh, what? Okay, well, I can't research this yet. I need to figure out how to research this next tier of shit. How do I do that? It looks like I'm gonna have to discover more basic monolith entities, which means we might have to do that void summoning thing. I think. I just don't know how to do it. How are you doing today, Lee? Okay, place a psychic ritual spot to perform the ritual. Oh, research void provocation. Okay, we're gonna have to research that then. It'll be a lot shorter than the one that we just did, at least. Now, equip bolt action rifle. Equip. And equip. All of us have bolt action rifles now. Those guys have armor, which is going to significantly slow them down. We'll have Dante do the initial pull. For that reason. And I have to try to make sure, yeah. See that? I have to try to make sure there's no line of sight to me from those mega fucking dick turrets over there. Can they shoot over that wall? Looks like it at present. Let's find out. No, okay. Yeah, we're good, but can that guy reach? Oh, he can fucking reach me from where he is. Jesus Christ, dude. That's why I hate mechanoid clusters. Like, that's crazy dangerous. Hey, I got him. Okay, I can outrange him slightly. I can use that to my advantage. That is nice. God damn, we're actually getting them. Yeah, all right, let's bring these guys up then. Oh, we took that guy out. Full stop. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, that Militor has a minigun, a compact short-range weapon. We have to go, like, up here to make sure we're not able to be targeted by those turrets. Yo, are they coming? Yeah, they're coming. Okay, it looks like after killing one of their guys, they are pissed off. Oh, shit, Dante just got friendly fired. Okay, let's go. Oh, fuck. That thing is a small target. Yeah, he's about to be in range. Let's try to lure him through these traps. Dante got shot. Fucking God. He got shot in the heart? Holy fuck, dude. Okay. You know what, Dante? You go tend. Yeah, just... Well, let's let them walk through the traps and see if anything happens. Dante is going to tend with high-quality medicine. He may as well not actually tend himself. All right, go grab high quality medicine. Pick up medicine, 2 of it. Make that a medical. Tell Dante to rest. Hang on. Yeah, not Kane. Masao has better medical, so he's gonna grab 2 medicine. I'm worried about getting like a scar on my heart or something. So... Tend Dante. All right, there we go. So we have great tend quality there. It's highly unlikely that I get severe permanent injuries. It looks like that guy with the minigun went back. It's a mini shotgun. It's like a minigun shotgun. Fucking horribly devastating. So it's up to you two now, basically. Dante's out of commission. They're well armored. Minor break risk. Fuck. All right, go back. We'll re-engage later. I wish this guy would do recreation. We need better forms of recreation. But for that, I need cloth. They're not, like, consistently doing recreation anymore is the problem. Maybe we'll just, you know what? Let's have a fucking party. Whatever. Yeah, boom. Get a mood boost from that. We'll have a few. Sometimes she goes and sometimes she doesn't, buddy. Rip PZ character. Ah, 7-year-old child? Fuck that. Yeah, I can't accept that. We need someone who's immediately productive. And let's have another ritual. We need, like, as many easy mood boosts as possible, because we're not having consistent recreation anymore. Everybody's getting bored of all of my recreation options. Look at that, it's fucking having a minor break risk again. Okay, we had unforgettable prayers to Cthulhu. That'll definitely help. Crystal has arrived and wants to join. Oh, we got a new woman. She's got a Karen haircut. Decent medical, horrible combat. She's a night owl, incapable of firefighting, but no severe injuries. You know, one thing we never did was we never finished training Dante's melee up to 10, so let's do that. That crystal chick does technically have a bed. Because we're using a double bed, right? What the fuck? Yo, there's a mega scarab in our base again. All right, Kane, kill it. Wait. Equip your mono sword. There you go. She can do research, and she is another medic. Dante is not at level 10 melee yet. We'll have to get up there tomorrow. For now, we are going to start training her. It'll take a long time, but she can train herself. What up, baby? Ooh, one of Zuzi's OGs just died in childbirth. And that is why children are horrible.
Baby's healthy, but the mother died.
Well, at least you have that little piece of the mother in the baby.
That means that I'm gonna have 2 infants. This mother.
Yeah. Now she goes. Blowback operation has been researched. Now let's finish the research on gas operation. Maybe make some chain shotguns for the colony. For the colonialism. Now let's do offerings for Cthulhu. We pretty much just need as many mood boosts as possible. Like, this guy's bored of every single fucking type of recreation. It's ridiculous. Although it looks like, yeah, he's bored of everything except cerebral play. Major break risk. Yeah, he literally won't do any recreation. It's crazy. Like, I don't know how to deal with it. I guess, like, Smoke Leaf. It's just Smoke Leaf makes him functionally useless for a while. Oh, what? Oh. There's visitors fighting the fucking mechs. Tribes people. I am so sorry that happened to you guys. Yeah. Rip Bozo. You did not deserve that. Okay. They're coming. Fuck, where are you going? Okay. Dante needs to equip something he can fight with. The Hellcat rifle, I suppose. Kane has the mono sword. Masao needs his uranium mace. Forcewear Hyperweave t-shirt. And Kane will forcewear this one. Oh, that's Synthread. Yeah, Synthread's no good. Hyperweave only. Okay. Where is Crystal? Oh, everybody just has to stay in the fucking base. That's all that matters. Hey, nice. The minigun guy is dead. Where the fuck are you going? He's... Oh, go ahead. Destroy the campfire. Yeah, I can live with that. Liznos, Kane, Masao. Dante, get the fuck in the house. What are you doing? Oh my god. Masao, you too. Get in there. Holy fuck. Okay, we gotta forbid everyone from leaving. That'll keep them safe. There we go. Oh shit, there's another. Okay, right there. All right. Now it's going through the spike corridor. Fuck yeah. Wooden spike traps, man. Yeah, man. This recreation problem is ridiculous, though. Like, we're not doing recreation anymore. He's bored of every type that we have. Solitary, social, dexterity. So there's like a chemical one. We need to try to figure out the best chemical one that we could do. I know the weed makes you functionally useless, right? Like it kind of fucks with you. Reducing your manipulation and stuff. I don't know what the... Like, I don't want anybody to become a fucking alcoholic or a pothead or anything. Like, you know. No empty configurable spot to store it. We're going to allow the storing of pemmican here. All right, we stripped Red Lobster. That's all this shit. Now, let's investigate these corpses. Decent melee. Decent melee. We're going to bury that one. That is a combat zombie slave for later. And this one's acceptable, too. Level 4 is our cutoff point. Let's bury them both. Alright, Dante now never needs to train his melee skill again. We've reached and surpassed level 10. Now, let's pick up the steel Iquas. Drop them in here. And then we're gonna resume the weapon smelting order. Dante's locked in, he can't leave. Increase the ingredient radius on the smelt weapon since he can't leave anyway. Don't you need the machining table in order to break down the mechs? I think so. Smelt or destroy a thing. What are the things that we can smelt or destroy? Looks like just weapons and apparel. Okay. So that's like an incinerator type thing. Smelt metal from slag. We still have to take out that fucking Met cluster over there. Oh my god. I don't have any grenades yet, but this town down here might have... Let's see. They have restocked since our last visit. If we're lucky, we can buy some EMP grenades from them. Alright, now we have to disable the smelt weapon. To be safe, we'll reduce the ingredient radius. Smelt apparel is only for tainted and bio-coated. We can't do it to clean stuff. And smelt metal from slag. Mechanoid slag chunk and steel slag chunks we can do. All right. Everybody's got a bed. How's the research going on the anomaly shit? Void provocation we are currently working on. We have to finish that. Quest available. Waste pack clearance. Absolutely not. I don't even know how to get rid of waste packs yet. I don't even know if there is a way to get rid of them safely. Even burning them doesn't work. Oh my god. We have some damaged Devil Strand over there. I don't know how. Maybe it got hit by lightning. But if it did, it didn't get destroyed, at the very least. It's 68% grown. We could harvest it now, but we're obviously going to try to wait till it's fully grown. I'm getting real pissed off with this recreation shit, man. My guys aren't... like, you have to do drugs in Rimworld? Yeah, I don't know. Expand home area. Now, I think I'm going to make it so that What's-Her-Face does this. Details. Crystal. And then we'll make sure that she has combat training as priority 1 so that she'll train first in a day and then she'll just smelt chunks or whatever, you know? Yeah, we didn't die, Orochi. We're still doing good, buddy. You can deatomize waste packs, but it's a high tech. Probably better to freeze them and then drop on pigs. Oh, you mean like use the transport pod and just whisk them away to the other side of the world? How goes the rim job? It's good to see you, Husker. It goes good, buddy. We've defeated a whole bunch of... We've defeated 2 Crypto Sleep Caskets included of the ancient dangers, but right now we're trying to contend with this this fucking mech cluster down here. Crazy dangerous. I'm trying to get my hands on... What do you call it? Hang on, let's send... Who? This guy. He's gonna eat. Yeah, we gotta send this guy into town to do a caravan. Let's get some recreation as Kane here. Oh yeah, he won't even do recreation. Fuck. What about Masao? How are you doing, Husker? Tom, did you hear that Carmelo Anthony's family doesn't have enough of the money left to hire a lawyer and want people to donate? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with it too much, but I did hear that they want Carmelo to get a public defender rather than retaining a good lawyer because they pretty much know he's guilty. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna get a public defender that's free and then pocket the money for themselves. I heard, that's what I heard, is that they basically know that he's not gonna, he's going to jail for life. So they're gonna keep the money from the Give, Send, Go and they're just gonna hire a free attorney, like a state-appointed attorney. All right, let's start a caravan down to town over there. We're gonna send... oh, wait, we gotta take this armor off. It's gonna slow me down. Void provocation research is now done. So we have to do that. We have to do the void provocation. All right. World, H, town, stallion, Masao. Plain leather, blue fur, camel hide, human leather, tons of human leather, and some ambrosia. God, we have yayo and go juice and shit. All right, let's sell the soothe pulsers and animal pulsers if we can. We sure as shit don't need a normal heavy SMG anymore. We have an incendiary launcher, apparently. I'm gonna sell that. I would never use such an unwieldy weapon. And I'll sell the chain shotgun, because we'll be able to craft a better one soon. Now, let's sell a bunch of this shit. Smoke pot pack, sell that. A lot of the clothing, especially this shitty-ass synthread. Wolfskin shirt, synthread, hyperweave t-shirt we can keep. That's worth a lot. Let's take all of our silver with us. And then, yeah, we'll take 6 meals with 2 quality medicine. As well as the psychoid leaves. We can try to sell those. Okay, there we go. Masao is getting ready for the caravan. Paid toxic fallout? Absolutely not. Is that a serious question? Like... Forswear the... poor flak jacket. We do have pairs of flak pants. We can equip almost everybody. Where the fuck are you going? Why are you gathering that? Yeah, leave it alone. Alright, let's equip these flak pants. Okay, massive armor rating on this guy. Really great. I don't know, Lee. I can think of something worse than that. Like stabbing somebody in the heart. I mean, let's be real here, right? What's worse, his fucking profiteering parents or the actual murderer? Alright, we're gonna have to go hunting. Let's check on the caravan. It's moving. It is definitely a caravan that moves. What about this smithy? Nothing we need to do there. We're gonna want to make a machining table. Does the machining table have a negative cleanliness? Yeah, it does. What about this? Yeah, negative cleanliness. We're gonna need more room to do stuff. Definitely. Build some hidden conduits, and then we need a machining table somewhere. I might want to lengthen this room a little bit. Just by like 1 block would do. Well, it finally happened. We're out of wood. It's fucking crazy, eh, Lee? Fucking 13% of the wizards casting 50% of the unforgivable curses. What's up with that? Let's get enough wood for the door. All right, the caravan has arrived. Let's do our trading. Jesus, that's it. That's all I can sell right now. We gotta buy some stuff for sure. God damn it. They have no, I'll buy another shock lance, but they have no EMP grenades, and I feel like that's really fucking us over. I'll have to craft my own, I think. We have the machining table anyway. That's just, I guess that's what we'll do. We'll just buy our own. A mono sword. We could get another mono sword. I really wish we had enough, like, we had enough money. No, we did not have enough money to buy a Zeus hammer before, but there was a good one that we could have bought. Now we have the money and there isn't one. It's a fucking racism. At least we're coming away from this with a shock lance, though, I suppose. All right, shock lance, incendiary launcher we will sell. Shock lance we're buying. Oh, we can't even sell these. The fucking soothe pulsers and stuff like that. Maybe I need to buy, like, books. It's just, it sucks. They have no good research material here. Let's buy that mono sword. And then we can sell the rest of our stuff. Okay. We bought a mono sword and a psychic shock lance. It is what it is. I guess we'll visit that tribal place on the way back home. Hello, Judy. Good morning. How are you doing? We're doing pretty good here. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. God damn, Lee, that sounds very vitriolic. It's not like you to say such things. The one thing that makes that narrative fall apart is just the fact that there are decent, good black people. There are. I've known some in my personal life. I mean, you could also even look at the YouTube ecosystem to find examples, right? Like Officer Tatum or the Hodge twins. I mean, there's plenty. Thomas Sowell, right? And there's that guy, Jesse Peterson, I think his name is. There's good ones. It's just the problem is that black people have asserted upon them a culture of violence where literally, like, they're taught if someone disrespects you, then you have to hurt them instead of calling the police, right? Because no snitching, right? They literally have a culture that promotes violence and dissuades peaceful resolution. So in the form of snitching.
The fatherlessness is a huge...
And a lot of it boils down to the defathering of black communities and rap music, right? Like they're taught through rap music to be very violent towards each other and to kind of thrive in that anti-law abiding, drug dealing, hoe pimping, you know, it's a whole thing. Yeah.
And then you throw in teaching them that they are oppressed and that...
And now, yeah, Zuzi brings up critical race theory and how now they're teaching them that everything is the white man's fault. So you have all these pre-existing conditions for their culture's failure, and then it's being exacerbated by indoctrinations that void black people of accountability for the behavior of black culture, right?
Yeah, basically, they always have the throwback of, well, slavery, but none of the ones alive today have been enslaved. So there's no...
You threw up this morning, Judy? It could have been something you ate. Sometimes people have like intolerances to certain foods, but they don't know it. Maybe you have like an intolerance to American bread. A lot of people think they're gluten intolerant, but the truth is North American bread is very processed, and it's not gluten that most people can't handle, it's just the bread itself. So you might have like something like that, you know, an intolerance to a certain type of food. Yeah, exactly, Orochi, exactly.
There's plenty of... there's an aspect to it where looking at it as a black culture is... it doesn't seem quite right too, because it's just people. Because there's plenty of white people that are also pieces of shit.
Yeah.
It's just a people problem.
All right, we need to go hunting. Let's grab a bolt-action rifle. And let's get busy. We got a lot of muffalos up there that we could hunt. Got one. Oh shit, we are getting chased. I can outrun them just fine. Let's get somebody out here to assist me in this hunt. Where is Kane? Grab a Hellcat rifle. Go ahead. All right, run away. Now that we've slowed him down considerably, we got to get the other one. Hell yeah. Shit. All right, we got him. Cargo pods. Insect jelly. I think we're just gonna leave that out there to decompose. Caravan has arrived. Game is paused. Okay. They have another shock lance. We're just gonna go ahead and buy it. The more of those you have, the safer you are, generally. It won't do anything against the mechanoid cluster, but... Alright. Let's go back home. We bought 2 psychic shock lances and a mono sword. Alright. This room is now a sufficient size. Expand the roof. Expand the home area. Took a while because I had to build it twice. I kind of fucked up on the dimensions, but it should be good now. Let's empty everything out of the horse. We're gonna have to get Melisnos to start cooking in the morning. And let's make it so that everybody is allowed to eat pemmican. Yeah, that should apply to everyone. There. You're a sufficient size, yeah. 11 inches. Oh.
11 inches is sufficient size in your opinion?
Yeah.
Crazy.
You know, like for Brazilian chicks, they need that 11-inch magic, you know? Alright, let's move the workstations now. And we have to fish electrical power all the way around this area. We'll use the hidden conduits, of course. They are way better. I don't know how the fuck we're gonna take out this over here, man. Like, I don't know how. We could try to shoot the unstable power cell. I'm sure it would do some damage, but... Alright, Masao, you're in good condition. It's up to you, buddy. What does he have for armor? We need to re-equip his armor. So we will force wear the flak jacket, force wear the flak vest, and then flak pants as well. He's got full armor, including a helmet. Now let's send him down there. Crystal's drinking a fucking beer. Alright. You know what doesn't make sense? Your colonists take a meal to their inventory, and then even when they have a meal in their inventory, they take a meal from the shelf. So what they're doing is taking a meal out of frozen storage so that it can spoil, and then they take all their meals off the shelf anyway. It's weird. It's very counterintuitive. It's pretty dumb. I really wish the dev thought that through a little better. You know, hopefully it changes sometime soon. Now, I don't know. Incapable of violence. So if they're incapable of violence, they can't even use a shock lance. Okay. Dante will take that one, and then Kane can take this one that only has one charge on it. Alright. Let's get down there. Oh, fuck. Nope. That is fucked. They have a minimum range of 4. That minigun slugger turret, however, does not have a minimum range of anything. Oh my god. So if I get within this radius, you know... Oh my fucking god. What, I can't shoot that unstable power cell? Hang on. Maybe I'm rushing into this. Let's just send him back home. Yeah, go home. Go on, get back there. What the fuck are you doing? If I build a machining table, then I might be able to craft myself, like, EMP grenades. Oh, Joey, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. How do you change the meat point, Orochi? I don't even know how to change the meat point. I didn't even think that was a thing. All right, EMP grenades. There we go. Now, we're going to put a standing lamp right here. Maybe we don't need one. We're fine. We have light on this side of the room, thanks to the electric smelter, so we'll just put another light on the other side of the room, right here, for those workstations. Shred mechanoid, do forever. And we'll make it so that that's what Crystal does. All right, how do we do the void ritual thing? Psychic ritual spot. Well, that looks pretty sus, not gonna lie. They can only, okay, we need an unobstructed spot. Void provocation, Jesus Christ.
That doesn't sound good.
No, not at all. But I need to discover more void creatures, I think, in order to finish, so. Gas operation research is now done. We're gonna take a pause from doing any research at all at this point. I never thought about this, but I'm also going to pause the work order on smelting metal from slags because I'm worried that they might wander too close to the mechanoid cluster and get themselves killed. But we now, thankfully, have EMP grenades, which it's huge. That's fucking huge. The best thing to have is somebody with trigger happy, because they throw grenades 50% faster. Okay. Clear all. So here we are going to store corpses and mechanoid slag chunks, steel slag chunks. That'll do. Then we'll expand the zone. All right. Base is looking good. Let's take care of that mechanoid cluster first. Yeah, bolt action rifle. Masao also has a bolt action rifle, and Kane is gonna take the EMP grenades. Let's make sure everybody at least has food. Yeah, they're all ready. Okay, let's go. All right, here we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that was rough. Everybody attack that. You keep spamming those fucking grenades. Okay. That was brutal, dude. Okay, we took out one of them. Yeah, the EMP grenades make a huge difference. It'd be better if you had an EMP launcher. I think it's faster, but we don't. Adapted? Oh shit, they can adapt to the fucking grenades? What the shit? Well, that sucks balls. What the fuck? They nerfed the ever-living fuck out of EMP grenades. That's insane. All right. Jesus Christ. All right. Oh my god, now he's got to try to throw another fucking grenade over there, too. Okay, it's gonna blow. Let's attack that. We got it. Okay, we took out the mechanoid cluster. That was fucked up, though. Hopefully, we won't get any lasting injuries, right? Holy shit. Yo, if we didn't get out of there, we would have been leveled. That explosion was gnarly. We were just outside the range of it. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Unfucking believable. Alright, we took care of it, though. That was horrifying. Sure, go for a walk. You've earned it. And now we can resume smelting metal from slags, as well as shredding mechanoids. No, there's no trading spot planning. It's probably a mod. A shard? What the fuck is that? Interesting. Fucking shart. Hopefully we don't have any long-lasting injuries from any of that. That was pretty crazy. But I have to admit, those fucking... It made all the difference in the world having those EMP grenades. Oh, buddy. Devil Strand is at 82%. Anyway, tomorrow we have to do a ritual to summon creatures from the void. Hopefully it goes well. Kane's health isn't looking too good, though, honestly. Medical bed. Boom. And Masao. Medical bed. We made sure that nobody did self-tending, though. So they all got a pretty good tend quality from it. Her melee is at 6.445. It's growing, right? Okay. Ritual time. Void provocation. Who's the invoker? You are the invoker, and we are the chanters. However, Kane has to have a good weapon. He needs his mono sword. And then Masao will have this mono sword. And Crystal is now capable of at least moderate melee. She can take the uranium mace, and we'll give her some armor. So flak jacket, flak vest, flak pants. She could use a helmet. Let's make her one. It won't take long. Alright, time to start the ritual. Void provocation. Let's do it. We're provoking the void! Oh yeah, void! Oh yeah! Yeah, what could go wrong provoking the void like this? Oh. Colonist needs rescue. Melisnos has finished performing the ritual, sending out a psychic pulse that will attract entities. Prepare for what comes next. In the process, Melisnos glimpsed something horrifying beyond human understanding. The psychic darkness shocked her into a short-term coma. Well, great, now she has glaucoma. Let's rescue Miznos Patos. And, haul that meal back. Well, that's crazy. We are going to suspend the smelting and mechanoid orders. Just to be safe. I don't want Crystal going out there too much, right? We'll keep everybody close to home. Then we can respond quickly to threats. Let's select a new research task. Transport pod, right. We need a advanced research bench for that. Okay. Steel high-tech research bench. There we go. Oh, site stealer. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. We were unable to capture it though. Hang on. I must discover 2 more basic monolith entities. Hmm. Alright. No wounds on either of them. They're fine. Oh. Your colonists hear sight stealers shrieking in the distance. It's hard to tell where they are or how many. They might arrive immediately or days from now. Your discovery of the sight stealer has yielded new insights. We can research new tech. God damn. We now have a high-tech research bench. Melisnos has recovered from their crazy-ass fucking hyper shit. Furniture. We need another stool. I have to have soft stools. Alright, now we're gonna start researching the transport pods. Everybody can just chill. Oh, right. Oh my god, we don't even have a fucking chess table anymore. It got destroyed earlier. That was a long time ago, too. I just forgot to make a new one. Here. Maybe that'll help me out with my recreation problem. We made a good chess table. Yeah, Trump. Well, I'm just glad that Trump is punishing my enemies. I'm glad that he's causing intense psychological pain in liberals and Democrats, and that he's taking illegal immigrants and throwing them out of the country and putting them in alligator Alcatraz. And I'm glad that people are comparing ICE agents to Gestapo as though they're like disappearing. I just love it. I love all of it. I didn't vote for him, but I would have if I was in the US, you know what I mean? Alright, we have a caravan approaching. Let's do some bartering here. Components and advanced components. We can sell the blue fur and the ambrosia. Oh, a masterwork, a leather rhinoceros armchair. Look at that. That's what we need. We need this book. That book is going to allow us, it gives us another outlet for recreation, which is critically important at this stage. We bought the book and we sold some shit. Oh, yes. Everyone's going to go crazy for that fucking book, dude. Something new to do? Oh my god. We can do something new! Everyone's recreation bar is full now. I do think it had a lot to do with that chess table being gone. Very nice. Couldn't help but notice that these guys have Molotovs equipped, but they aren't selling any Molotovs. That sucks. I would love to have Molotov. Wait, I can craft them now, can I? But it may require chem fuel. Yeah, it does. 25 cloth and 80 chem fuel. They do have cloth. Okay, 25 cloth and 80 chem fuel. That works for me. I can now craft my own Molotovs. My big, beautiful Buffalo Bill. What's happening, Zuzi? A warg is hunting your child. Nice.
Oh, thank fuck. I caught it when she was just outside the door.
Well, he's getting rid of gambling companies, maybe, but the tariffs that he's doing are actually incentivizing a lot of American businesses to come back to American soil. A lot of manufacturing jobs that typically do better in China, exploiting tax loopholes, right? All of those production companies are now going to come back to the US because it'll be cheaper to manufacture in US than it will be to manufacture elsewhere and then import to the US. Okay, we now have Molotovs. This is nice. Everybody's recreation is just constantly amped up to full now. The Devil Strand is roughly 85% grown. Very, very nice. Although at this point, I feel like we're all just decked out in flak. So, yeah. Let's allow Crystal to continue training her melee at this point. I may as well research something for the anomaly. Something. Draw animals. Psychophagy? What the fuck is psychophagy? It makes the user insanely high. Entity containment. Build holding platforms and inhibitors to better contain enemies. Alright, sure. Alright, Melisnos. Gonna eat at Quiznos? Oh, Lee, that's a very tiny minority of people. It's a very tiny minority of people. I feel like you're fucking with me. I feel like that's pure sarcasm. Like you're pretending it's an issue, and you know it's not. You know? Oh shit, we need more food. God damn. Okay, let's check our meals. Everybody has food, so as long as we hunt, like, first thing tomorrow, we'll be fine. Yeah, let's all go to bed. A gift? Gas mask and what? A gas mask and uranium torture crown. Okay. Sight stealer revealed. Oh, that's funny. While our visitors were leaving. Medical treatment. Oh my god. Oh, we're okay. You know what? Maybe I can capture one of these. I don't know. Let's fight it. Help me right now. You guys have to hurry the hell up and get over here. Dante, you run away over here. There's a lot of them too. You get that one, you get that one. Go forth, my melee lords, and do what you do best. Hey, that one's still alive. That means we can capture it. Okay. Let's kill that one. And then Dante will tend right there. You will tend yourself. You have done that yourself. You've turned her against me! The sit down deal in absolutes, motherfucker! How do we How do we kill the finger spike? I want to kill the finger spike. I don't know how to... Oh, execute. Okay, that's how you do it. Anybody assigned to wardening can execute it. So let's temporarily assign Masao to wardening. Execute the finger spike. Done. And we're gonna self-tend with herbal medicine. Kane is fine. I wonder if Kane is related to JD. Because his last name's Vance, right? Lance Vance, are you serious? Well, it's not bleeding out anymore. Let's put it in containment. Capture the Sight Stealer. We now have 3 different creatures captured. Beautiful. Big, beautiful bill, as they say. As they indeed do, yes. Alright, we did well. We fended off the void fuckers, whatever they were. I still can't... Must discover 2 more basic monolith entities. I don't know how to find them. Discover new entities to reveal new research projects. Yeah, we need to do that. The war on drugs is kind of like it's a symptom rather than the disease. The disease is that we have like fracturing families. We have a system of wage slavery that drives people towards substance use to cope with it. Sometimes full-blown abuse, substance abuse, right? It's not the disease itself, it's the symptom of the disease. And I would say that the disease, if I had to classify it, is our way of life. Zuzi and I watched an interesting video the other day where the guy made the case that we are entitled to food. And the reason why is because before cities were erected, like, there was just food everywhere. There was enough for everybody. And now the means of production have been taken away from people. They need money to buy food, even though, like, food is literally, you know, everywhere. The strongest point he made was not on the basis of food, but he said people are entitled to good health. And the reason why is because if you look at tribal civilizations that don't eat refined carbohydrates like processed wheat and other stuff like that, 1, they don't have any dental issues, their teeth are perfect. 2, they don't have any elderly rates at all of heart disease or dementia. And like, eating real food is healthcare, but we can't access real food anymore because the only stuff that's given to us is highly processed or genetically modified and altered, right? It was quite a deep dive, and the truth is, it's not that freeloaders are communist. It's not like, I do think that we have the technological means to provide for everybody. And I think that the technological means that we could orient toward that are instead they're privatized for 1, and misused by those who have privatized the tech, right? I don't know, Lee. It just seems you might have Trump derangement syndrome. Fuck gambling, and fuck people who gamble. Just like fuck people who drink alcohol every day. Fuck people who smoke weed every day. There's like a certain level of discipline that those who exercise restraint have, and I respect discipline. I don't respect hedonism. I don't respect pleasure-seeking habits, right? I'm of the camp where it's like, if somebody is indulging every single day, then fuck them. Because there's more to life than indulging every day. Sometimes, like, restraint and personal accountability is what I respect, right? So if Trump adversely affects drug users, if he adversely affects fucking gamblers, if he gives death sentences to drug dealers, then like, whatever, right? We could use less undisciplined people anyway. The food conversation is a good one, and I think RFK is killing it. I think that going after food stamps and making people on food stamps get healthy food is a net positive. Okay, now we need food. We really need food. We have an eclipse. We should be all right. We're gonna get 2 people hunting. Grab a bolt action rifle. We need big food. We need lots of good food. But you can do a lot with 2 bolt action rifles. What if you're my pleasure-seeking habit and I'm seeking comfort in your stream every day? Well, like, honestly, I admire sober minds who don't ruin what they have in pursuit of pleasure. So if you're sober every day, then that's great. If you try to abstain from processed food indulgence, that's like +5 respect to my perspective. And if a person doesn't, like, you know, there's a lot of bad habits that ruin people. And I think that it's like, even scrolling TikTok, just scrolling shorts all day is going to destroy your neurology, right? So I just, all across the board, I respect people who restrain themselves, people who restrain their pleasure-seeking tendencies. If there's one way to earn my respect, that's basically it. How many addictions do you fight? How many addictions have you beaten, rather? How many of your indulgences have you crushed? Yeah. I do have reverse Trump derangement syndrome. I need to remind myself that he could be on Epstein's list.
You have to remind yourself to just not be automatically on board with it. Critical thought.
Oh shit, Masao is moving really slowly because of all the armor that he's wearing. This is pretty risky. Let's just start taking pot shots from as far away as we can. Well, we've definitely landed some shots already. Dollars to donuts, a bunch of those guys are gonna bleed out by tomorrow. A distress signal. Fuck that. Alright, we got 1 Muffalo. Several of them are currently bleeding out also. We just have to hope we don't get a Muffalo revenge. That could doom us. It's not too bad if like 1 Muffalo comes at you, but if you get a whole bunch, like Masao is really slow right now, so. All right, the transport pod has been successfully researched. We will appoint somebody to the task of hauling that slain Muffalo back home. Got another one. Oh yeah, shit, I have to be careful about the friendly fire. Alright. Well, we just about slaughtered an entire pack of muffalos. Major break risk. That is Masao. All right. Destroyed right middle toe needs tending. Oh, fuck. Masao has a destroyed toe, eh? Okay, let's tend that, I guess. Everybody else is fine. Let's get Masao home. His mood is terrible. Eating will fix it a little bit, but we need to prepare some meals. We have a ton of muffalos back at home, though. We're doing great now. We just gotta process all of it. Well, think about how much it would take to make a mixed gender category, right? Because we already have the male and female bathroom infrastructure. Just imagine if at every single store, every single Walmart, every single Canadian Tire, every single Home Depot, every single movie theater, like etc., on and on and on, every single McDonald's, every single Burger King. Imagine if everywhere you had to build a third bathroom, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, some places have a gender neutral bathroom.
Yeah.
A family bathroom, like airports, for example, have a family bathroom.
Yeah.
But I create a massive problem that's only really for a tiny, tiny minority of
Oh man, we were on that hunting trip way too long, but thankfully, Masao has a meal. We're gonna let Melisnos eat that, because Melisnos is already starving. And now we have to get Melisnos cooking. Let him cook, bro. We have a shitload of fucking meat now. Oh, you mean sports, not bathrooms? Well, I mean, at a certain point, I feel like if you're not made for sports, you're just not made for sports, right? Like, if you have a man who thinks he's a woman and he wants to compete with other women, like, tough luck. You're just not meant to be an athlete. You can't be trapped between two worlds and expect to have a home in both, you know?
Also, I mean, if we think that women's sports aren't getting enough attention, imagine having trans sports.
Yeah. Well, that's another point Zuzi just made, is if we, like, the women's basketball league, it gets such little attention and makes no money. In fact, it's a massive deficit. The male basketball league, the NBA, funds the WNBA. Without the male basketball league, the WNBA would be like, it would constantly be losing money until it fizzled out and disappeared, right? So if women's basketball and women's sports are that unpopular, where they literally bleed money and they need a male league to subsidize them, then just imagine how a trans league would go. Nobody would watch it. Because like you can't cater to such a tiny amount of the population. I feel like that's like, how many people watch the Special Olympics, right? And it's the same type of thing where you have this vast minority group where it's so tiny, it's like infinitesimally tiny, and accommodating for them would just, it would put too much burden on the rest of everything else. Well, the truth is there is no such thing as healthy competition between men and women. Men just crush women. I mean, unless it's like gymnastics and flexibility. Women typically have better flexibility, but in any metric of strength, endurance, and dexterity, well, no, dexterity is flexibility, but like anything that requires running or jumping or strength of any kind, like men are just gonna win. It's just the way it is. The sexes are not created equal. Men are much stronger. They have more bone density, muscle mass, larger lung capacity. They're just stronger. All right, we have plenty of food now. Finally have food. Okay. The Devil Strand is 87% grown. Well, women do fine, but the issue is the audience. How many people watch it and how much money are they feasibly going to make, right? Fire foam pop pack. We can sell that. Oh shit, I didn't even take a look at what that person's stats were. Okay, what's the date? 12th of September? Probably this person right here. Let's dig up that grave and take a look at their stats. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, yeah, decent stats. Good. We'll bury her there. Well, you could argue, Lee, that at least in terms of esports, aggression can actually translate to a better performance. So men having higher testosterone levels and having greater senses of aggression, like, women feel competitive, but their competitive edge is different. When women compete with each other, they engage in social destruction, right? But with men, it's very like ooga booga, clash, clash, right? So I just feel like in any competitive environment, men are going to have the desire to destroy the other person, whereas, you know, I don't know, typically women are very agreeable. Now, you can have masculine women, but
those women don't go into competitive chess and esports.
yeah.
The competitive games like...
Hang on. Wasn't there actually an esports thing where the female-only team went up against the all-male Asian team and got destroyed? Like, completely obliterated?
They said it's because of sexism.
And they said it's because of sexism.
I think the issue isn't that you can't have the teams. The issue is that if you have an all-male
Yeah.
Mixed, possibly, because a woman can have a place and a role in a mixed group, but only women groups.
Only women groups. You know what? The reason why they probably fail. You guys remember? Okay, there's videos on YouTube where teams of women and teams of men are dropped into a forest and they're told to survive. The reason why women suck ass at those is probably the same reason why all female teams suck at esports. They can't choose a leader. Okay, men in situations like team-based situations, there's always a captain, and then everybody below the captain is allocated to a different role, but there's always a shot caller, there's always a leader. But women are generally across the board uncomfortable with appointing leaders. They want equal say, so they can never agree on anything because you have a whole bunch of different opinions conflicting with each other. Zuzi and I watched this video where there was an all-women's team and an all-male team, and they were trying to survive in the wilderness. And by the end of the first night, the men were having a campfire barbecue with a shelter built, and the women were huddling and freezing in the rain with no shelter, no food, no fire, no nothing, because the men immediately elected a leader, and the leader appointed them to various tasks, and they got shit done. But the women were so worried about stepping on each other's toes and being the male authority figure that they had like an equal authority, and nobody was allowed to tell anybody else what to do, and they spent more time bickering than getting shit done, right? The other teams would farm them for stats. Yeah, it's I think that's why, is because women are not capable of. It's really funny, actually. Here's the thing, okay? I'm gonna explain the psychology of it to you. Women are capable of giving authority to a man, but they're not capable of giving authority to other women. Women compete with each other naturally. It's who they are. Every woman looks at another woman as competition. It's just the way they are. Like, they've tried to propagandize it out of them and they can't, right? So women will be submissive to their husbands, but they will never, they genetically, biologically cannot be submissive to other women. That's why lesbians have the highest divorce rates out of all marriages ever, and the highest domestic violence rates. So it's like, that's just the way it is. Yeah, that's just how it works. It just comes down to hormone balance in the end, I think. Men are naturally competitive because we have to be, and women are not. Women are naturally competitive with each other, but they're not naturally competitive against the world. No woman wants to see if she can kill a tiger with nothing but a stone knife, right? And women don't fantasize about the same victory fantasies that men do. Men always fantasize about overcoming an adversary. For women, it's usually different. Women don't fantasize about overcoming an adversarial contender for a male affection, right?
You don't know women if you say that. You do not know how we think.
Well, women contend with each other, yes, but their fantasy is not being locked in a perpetual state of competition. Their fantasy is whatever, like, it's
that bitch and get the man.
See, men fantasize about the battle. Women fantasize about what the battle will get them. They fantasize about the outcome. Men fantasize about the struggle. Like, that's, men want to be on the battlefield, heroic, shining a beacon in the dark, right? Women just want to, they fantasize about being stable, having a life that is like crafted and done, where the struggle is behind them. They want stability. Men want the chaos. They want the battleground.
I don't know about that. I think that that's a very broad generalization. That's on average probably true, but there's way too much variation. Say it's true across.
Yeah.
It's very generalized. Because lots of women, the moment that they're stable, they start creating chaos.
If women's only is doing so bad, just replace it with mixed. But then here's the problem with that, Orochi. Okay, the problem is there are women who want to be athletes, even though those leagues do not get much attention and don't make any money, right? But if you start letting men, like trans men, join those leagues, then all of a sudden, all those women who want to be athletes are just gonna phase out, like, because women can't compete with men. So doing away with the women's league so that you can incorporate mixed genders into it, you're taking rights away from women so that you can give the rights to trans people. And at that point, it's like it cancels out. Like right now, in order to preserve the women's league, we have to take away the rights from the trans people to maintain and preserve that league, right? But if you throw trans people in there, then you're not giving rights to trans people without taking rights from women, right? So yeah.
The thing is, nobody's rights are being taken away. It's like if a man decides that he's trans, his rights are not, and he didn't lose any rights. He still gets to compete, but he has to compete in his division.
Yeah.
And he's not losing anything. If you put him into a woman's league, then the women are losing.
Yeah.
It's logic.
Oh man, I love this. I have a mod that lets me move common pieces of like workbenches and stuff. It is so nice to be able to move that shit. There is one thing that can be said about mixed sports. If you allowed men to compete with women, then there might actually be more viewership for that league than the women's league, because there's a lot of men, misogynistic men, who love to watch women get dogpiled by people stronger than them, right? Like every spurned man would like tune into that league to watch a male boxer just fucking deck and knock out a woman,
yeah,
right?
You would think that, but remember when there was that mixed martial arts fight where a trans athlete went up against a woman and he beat her so badly that people couldn't bear watching it?
Yeah.
Like, I think that some spurned men might want to watch that.
But the vast majority who watch the sport will not like it.
Yeah, the reality of it would be very jarring and very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Women would watch to see girls beat men. What woman's gonna beat a man? Did you see Emaine Khalef in the Olympics? No way. There is no athletic realm where women will have the ability to beat men other than ones predicated upon flexibility. But even then, you're not typically seeing male gymnasts competing with female gymnasts or male figure skaters competing with female. Typically those are team-oriented things. Like, whenever men and women are in the same sporting league, it's usually a cooperative sport like synchronized swimming, figure skating, dancing, right? Men and women work well together, but when you put them in an arena, the men just crush the women 10 times at it. 9 times out of 10. Yeah, girls can't beat men, Orochi. That's just not how it works. I mean, if me and Zuzi have a competition to see who can clean the most dishes in the shortest amount of time, then she'll crush me, but anything athletic, she's getting pwned, man.
That's why women need men.
That's why women need men, yeah. That is the whole appeal, yeah.
If I felt like I could beat you in an arm wrestling match, I would have no respect for you.
Yeah.
Hands down, like, I like the fact that you can lift me up and carry me around. Like, that's attractive. It makes me all hot and bothered to think about it. I don't want.
Yeah, that's true, Lee. That is true. Well, God, Canada has an obsession with proportional response. It's funny, but in Canada, if someone breaks into your house and you shoot them dead, you are going to get charged with murder. And then it's going to be up to the court to prove that you actually feared for your life, but you will get charged. You will get charged. It sucks, but there's no castle law in Canada, and that also applies to typical self-defense situations.
Well, also, if a woman is attacking a man, like Lee said, you can't retaliate, because if you retaliate, you're gonna be viewed as the aggressor.
Yeah, equal rights means equal lefts, as they say. Let's build a transport pod, but we are going to have to get our hands on chem fuel. One thing that's really great is we do have high-level animal skills, so we could get a boomalope. If we see one on the map, we could tame a boomalope and we could start milking it for chem fuel. That might, yeah, but Orochi, in most things, that might not be a measure of the women they are. That might be a measure of the man you are. Maybe you're not athletic. Maybe you don't cultivate your strength. Maybe you don't exercise. Maybe you have self-esteem issues. Like, any competitive man who takes pride in his athleticism is always going to win against a competitive woman who takes pride in her athleticism. Other than, like, flexibility, right? It'd be very hard for a man to be a superior gymnast to a woman just because women naturally have superior flexibility. But in every other metric, lung capacity, bone density, you'd be surprised, buddy. If it's you against a woman and you're fighting, even if she's like a trained boxer, probably gonna put my money on you. Just because you have that natural male strength to lean on. We're getting a raid from a mech hive. Oh, shit. Okay. There's seemingly 4 scythers, which are going to prepare for a while and then attack. The issue with these guys... do they have a ranged attack? I think they're melee, but they are also fast. So all my guys with armor would probably be picked apart by them. This is risky. Maybe the play here is to just turtle up. Give somebody the EMP grenades and let the melee blockers do their thing. Let's equip the EMP grenades. All right, Crystal is also fully geared up. We're gonna disable her training and then equip the uranium mace. So we have 3 melee blockers and Dante can be behind them. Can't you change the assigned allowed area of people? Where is that? Yeah, right here. Okay, so we're gonna restrict all these guys to the home area. Just so they don't leave, just so they're all in the same place, right? Area 1, in fact. We'll keep them all in this room. And they can prepare for the battle. Now, we need to open these doors. There we go. And we're gonna close that one. Yeah, it's getting late. No, you have that backwards, Orochi. I googled it right now. The fastest female sprinter of all time is Florence Griffith, who holds the world record of 10.49 seconds in the 100-meter dash. Usain Bolt is the fastest, holding the world record of 9.58 seconds. However, if you take the same 2 people, let's say they're both 40 years old, he is going to have preserved more of his athleticism and prime at 40 than she will. Right? The male body, it gets stronger and stronger the older it gets until it hits a curve and goes down. But women hit that curve, that downward curve, much sooner. Yeah, but you have to look at the averages, Orochi. So I'll just show you. I'll just show you. Here, look at this. All right, you see that? All the fastest female sprinters have a time of 10.5 seconds. All the fastest male sprinters have 9.5 seconds. And there's more males than there are females in the category. So this means that, in general, the upper echelon of male athletes are always superior to the upper echelon of female athletes. And you see this, like someone in chat said that, like, there was a soccer team that actually went up against a high school boys soccer team went up against basketball. A high school male team went up against a WNBA team and just obliterated them. The fastest woman on Earth would not have even qualified for the men's event. Yeah, that's a 24-minute difference. And that 24-minute difference that Lee is talking about has to do with the lung capacity, but also the endurance of the male body when contrasted against the endurance of the female body. Testosterone makes us push harder. It makes us more endurant. Now, the 100-meter dash is close, granted. It is close. But that's only a 100-meter dash. In any field of endurance, like a 15-round boxing match, right? Those differences, the gap becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Simple truth is, we're not equal. We are not equal. And there's no amount of bargaining or reasoning that can make us so. Masao needs his mono sword. Kane has his. Crystal has the uranium mace. They're all fully armored. And Dante is going to be in the back with those EMPs. Okay. We're waiting for that raid to start. All right, here they come. There we go. Melee Chads are in position. And Dante is right behind them with those grenades. Hell yeah, it's working. So far, they haven't even hurt us. Kane got pretty hurt. My left leg is freshly cut off on Kane. That's terrific. All right. Let's tend to that. We'll have to give him a peg leg surgery soon. He's a champ for still being moving with a severed fucking leg, though, must say. All right, Kane's bed. Go there. Rest. Oh. Okay, operations. Add bill. Install peg leg on the... Wait, which leg? Left leg. Okay. I need 2 medicine and 1 wood. We have 2 medicine and 1 wood. What are you talking about? Oh, someone else is doing it. Okay. We got it. He's got a peg leg now. It's not a slight edge. It's the harder the competition, the greater the gap becomes. It's kind of like me and Zuzi, we can both sprint on the spot for 10 seconds. But if we go to 20 or 30 or 40, right? There's going to be something that snaps in me that might not snap in her. The desire to win, and like, I have greater lung capacity. I'll be able to, you know, it's just, it is what it is. The further you go into the strain, the more men have the visible edge. It's just reality, Orochi. It sucks. It sucks to admit it, but men are stronger than women. Across the board, they're stronger. And if you take... Okay, let's say you take a sample size of 50 male athletes and 50 female athletes, and they're all boxers. The women might win. They might get a lucky knockout punch 2 times out of 50 fights, but... like, that's, you know... statistically, all across the board... The thing is, it's not enough to compare normal men and women. What you have to compare is, you have to compare men who are at their pinnacle in their respective sport against women who are also at the pinnacle of that respective sport. And call me crazy, buddy, but if you take a female boxer and you put her up against Mike Tyson, she's getting fucking flattened, bro. Like, straight up. Or if you take a female wrestler and you put her up against Brock Lesnar can crush most men. Right? Like, it's just, there's no way. Mixed sports, again, well, nobody would play mixed sports because there's no women crazy enough to want to compete against men because they know that men are stronger. That's the thing. That's why you have all this blowback now. The fact that Will Thomas, Leah Thomas as he wants to be named, the fact that he had his victories revoked by that university, right? It's people are just realizing that the gap is so big between men and women in endurance sports that you can't fairly put them against each other. The men will always have an advantage. Well, but you can make a case, Orochi, for how Prime Mike might lose against someone in his weight class of equal skill. I don't know the weight classes, but even weight classes make a big difference, right? If you take somebody who's like, if you take a man who's 30 pounds lighter, then he's gonna lose against the man who's 30 pounds heavier 9 times out of 10, even if the man who is lighter has more skill, just because weight makes such a massive difference, right? But that's why, I don't know, you'll get better at confronting ideological thinking as you go. Already, you know, you stopped talking about the autism stuff, you stopped talking about the ADHD stuff, you're starting to try to make changes in your life that will improve your health. So like, as you continue to do that, you're going to realize that a lot of your viewpoints might not necessarily be shaped by you, but rather the culture that you find yourself in. There's a lot of indoctrination in society, and a lot of beliefs that we hold come from those indoctrinations. They're not actually what we believe, they are what we have been conditioned to accept as our beliefs. And I think that this belief you have that women can compete with men is one of those beliefs that, like, you haven't seen it in practice. Not really. You haven't watched a man box with a woman. You haven't watched a man wrestle with a woman. And when you do, I know that this belief of yours is gonna quickly subside. Oh, Evo, we already got we got headphones. Basically, I bought another pair like this, but I used the money you gave me to buy a pair for Zuzi as well, because these ones did last a long time. These, if I get another pair of these, they'll last me like a solid 2 years again, at least. Especially if I take better care of them now. Fuck, we're gonna have to do another one of those psychic rituals. When can we do another void provocation? Psychic ritual on cooldown. It'll be available, okay, 5-day cooldown. 92% grown on the Devil Strand. But yeah, but if both things can't be true at the same time, Orochi, you're arguing for two things at the same time, which are mutually exclusive and contradictory. You're saying that men are stronger than women, but you're saying that men and women should be allowed to compete together. Chivalrous men do not want that. They don't want women to go up against men because they know that there is an intrinsic difference in the endurance and strength between men and women. So if you're a respectful and chivalrous man, then you don't want women to be put in that position, right?
It's like one man going against another man who's on steroids. Why steroids are banned in public.
Yeah. All right, let's continue shredding mechanoids. The void provocation ritual can now be performed again. Let's do it. I gotta get that dead life dust thing, man. I really want it. It's hard to unlock, it seems. It's good to see you again, Evo. It's good to see you, buddy. Hopefully we get a new creature. I'm trying to get these creatures studied, but we need 2 more. Can't believe we'll finally get to harvest these devil strands soon. It's been 45 in-game days since we planted them. Death pall. A death gray cloud has descended on the area. The dead will rise, burn, bury, destroy, or move corpses indoors to prevent them from resurrecting at the hands of the fog. Well, shit. What about these bodies right here? We're gonna want to make a fire room, I think. We need a room where we can quickly destroy stuff. So maybe just like down here. We'll want a granite door on there, something strong, something that can withstand it. Dead life dust. Your discovery of the death pile has yielded new insights. You can now research the following anomaly projects. Beautiful. Oh my god, thank you. It'll take a while to fully research it, but we'll get started now. Minor break risk. Crystal. Oh god, the death pall is resurrecting like roosters and shit. Oh my god. And it's telling me every time it resurrects something too. Holy shit. Okay, you're gonna need some backup. Bro, there's 4 zombie chickens attacking Kane. That's actually... Holy shit. Okay. I hope it doesn't continually resurrect them. That would be pretty harsh. Maybe we can just go inside, eh? Restrict everybody to the home zone for a second. Except maybe like a couple of odd exceptions. Here, let's go inside. It resurrected a mega scarab. Well, that's just a baby, but still, yeah, there's a lot of stuff getting resurrected right now. What is that? Bioferrite. Interesting. Let's grab that. Oh, it resurrected a fucking muffalo, too. Fortunately, as long as I don't get close to them, then they won't see me. They won't know I'm there. Let's keep getting this built. We need a firestorm room where I can just bring shit that, you know, corpses, get rid of them, loot that I don't want, burn it up. Oh my god. It's resurrecting so much shit. Oh shit. Where's Crystal? Yeah, okay, she's got to go home. Let's get her home, and we're gonna assign everybody to stay in just in this room right here. It's honestly so sick. It is, Evo. It is made by the people who made the prison build game. Yeah, it doesn't mean we should mix all the sports though, buddy. I mean, if men and women want to play chess together, that's one thing. Sure, we can talk about the viability of that, but I mean, if we start getting into the territory of athletic sports, there's no way. Like, that's just completely unfair for women. Bro, we're like stuck in our house. This is crazy. Everything dead is getting resurrected in zombie form right now. As long as we're inside, we're safe. God. Are we gonna research anything? All right, I expanded the allowed area. Honestly, Orochi, a woman can't play golf the same. She can't. It boils down to the muscles in the body. Like, men have greater command over their entire musculature. Like, our entire biology is designed for feats of strength. So, like, if you need to drive a ball really fucking far, you know, and it's not just about the maximum strength, it's about the control of the strength too. Like, men, they not only have a greater capacity for strength, but they have greater regulation of that strength. So they can gauge distances better when hitting that ball. Transport pod crash. Oh, that person is fucked. I wonder how long this fog is gonna last for. That's a lot of shit out there. I mean, at least we're sitting on a wellspring of food. We're good. Let's cook the rest of these meals. Yeah, Orochi, mixing sports is just something that we can't do. We can't. We can't. Men and women have different sports the same way they have different bathrooms, the same way they have different prisons, right? God, can you imagine if we imprisoned men with women, the amount of rapes that would happen?
Well, it already does when we're trans. Suddenly the women are getting pregnant. How is that happening?
The problem is when you break down one wall for one reason, the issue with a lot of people is that when you move one boundary, they start negotiating the other boundaries as well, right? Like, when you yield just a little bit in one regard, then people think they can take more and move more boundaries. And the reason why we're now talking about men and women sports is because those boundaries have been moved too much already, right? It never should have got this far. Equal rights can only go so far, but when you start talking about like female police officers and female military infantry, like that's too far. It's simply too far. Women are more neurotic than men, which means they're more likely to be trigger happy. They're more likely to take out their gun, get angry, get scared, act impulsively. Men have more self-control under stressful situations. The women have higher neuroticism across the board. That's just a biological fact.
Not only that, but if you have a man and a woman and both are cops, if the two of them go after a dangerous criminal, the woman is the more likely target, and she's more likely to get overpowered and then
Disarmed.
Yeah, and then the male cop has to worry about her as well as the perp.
And his own safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another good point Zuzi just made, is that female police officers, they're easy targets for male perpetrators. So like if you have a male and a female and they're partners and they're going after a perp, that perp's best course of action, if it's a male perp, is to go after the woman, try to knock her out and disarm her. Because as a man, he has a great advantage over her, right? This is creepy. Those corpses, those skeletons actually have some bioluminescence. Bro, no way do we have visitors. That's weird. Oh god, yeah. Look at that. Hey, our saviors, look at that. Okay, those wandering visitors there just dealt with a lot of shit, which means that now I can at least allow Dante to leave. And he can continue building the fire room out here. I don't know, Orochi. Again, like I told you, when you yield in one way, you provoke yielding in another way. If we let trans people compete in sports of the opposite gender, then it's gonna create a situation where they are now bargaining to go into women's bathrooms and to, you know, just invade other women's spaces. Oh, shit. The fucking sightseer's trying to bust its way in. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna have to take those guys out. Let's grab the mono sword. Death Pall is clearing. Oh, thank god. Okay. Well, that's the problem, Orochi. It makes everyone happy except for them. What they want ultimately is to just like, they want trans men to be in well, no, they don't want that. There's no trans man who wants to be in sports. It's the trans women. It's the men who become women who want the ability to compete because they still maintain those biological advantages over biological women, right? And
you don't see a woman who went trans that then wants to compete against men in the men's division. Doesn't happen.
The thing is, trans people don't want their own league. They want to be allowed in the league that they assign, like that they identify with. So trans women want to be in the female league. They won't accept what you're offering because they want more than that already, right? People like Will Thomas, Leah Thomas, right? People like Imaine Khalef, people like, I'm sure there's several others. These are just the biggest names in media over the course of a while, but they don't want their own league. They want to invade existing leagues.
It's purposeful for them because they know that they can make it against other men, so they go into sports.
All right, we got it. All right, we can now allow everybody to leave, although the corpses are still reanimated. So, maybe we won't let them leave yet, right? Anyway, we have the fire room now. Let's build a roof over it. And the Devil Strand is now 99% grown, I'm happy to say. Oh, beautiful. And we'll allow Melisnos to leave the home as well. Just so that Melisnos can study the Void Monolith and whatnot. Oh, shit. Zombie chickens! Melisnos, stay where you are. Oh, fuck. Jesus, man, these zombies, it's something else. Oh yeah, RuneScape. I scratched the RuneScape itch for twice for a while. Like, I played RuneScape maybe 4 years ago, and then I played it again 2 years ago. I got to like 70 agility on both accounts. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna be getting into it again though. It's quite a time sink. All right, let's let everybody leave. Unrestricted access to the outdoors for everyone. Let's let Melisnos out of here. Monolith study progress. Melisnos made progress studying the monolith. The monolith now provides more knowledge when studied. Okay. I'm just glad that we're finally researching the dead life dust. We'll be able to use that. Well, I mean, even men and women in team sports, it applies, because if you have a team of 5 men and then a team with 3 women and 2 men, then take your best guess which one is going to end up winning, right? The more men, the greater the likelihood of the victory. So that would still be like an unbalanced sporting event. The simple truth is that in competitive environments, like women and men, anything physical, men and women don't belong together. Anything physical. So like card games is fine, chess is fine, mental games are fine, but anything physical, men and women just don't belong together. You could even argue that women, like if you put men in a gymnastics competition filled with women, that the men are at a disadvantage because their flexibility is innately worse, right? Ooh, Masao has lung rot. Oh yeah, fuck, it's this. Damn it, we gotta get that corpse out of here. Okay. Stockpile zone. Clear all. rotten corpses. God, I've been sleeping with rotten corpses near my characters. No wonder. All right. Eight days. Crystal is throwing a party. Yeah, but Orochi... That is an abstraction. There's bad players among the men, yes, but if we did start mixing men and women, who's to say that the best men wouldn't get mixed with the worst women? It works the other way too. Like, there's shitty women in sports, and there's shitty men in sports, but if you allow them to compete against each other, there is no safeguard in place to make sure that you're putting shitty sport men with good sport women. You can't make sure of that. It's a non-argument. There's just no way. There's no way, buddy. All right, we are enjoying the party. We gotta harvest all that devil strand. Okay, the party has finished. Everybody has a sizable mood boost for a while. And what Old Fart is saying is true. Like, typically, like, there's literally stories now of... I'm pretty sure Serena Williams, the tennis player, went up against a high school or a college male, and he dominated her.
It was a team high school or something.
Well, tennis is... I don't know. Either way. Alright, we have 472 Devil Strand, so we can make some clothing out of that. Although at this point, I feel like we're already fully kitted. Maybe we'll make Devil Strand shirts for now. Enough for everybody. Definitely Dante needs a full outfit of Devil Strand. So, let's do his first. Button-down shirt. Pants. The sash as well can give good armor. Where's the pants here? We need a cowboy hat. Only allow the usage of Devil Strand. And then... we're just gonna have Dante craft it. Melisnos could be the crafter for this. Or we could let them both do it, which I think we will do. Any worker, but they're gonna have to have a minimum crafting skill of 8. And then we also need a duster. And that's going to be Dante's clothing right there. Well, the solution to be made, Orochi, is we just ban trans people from sports. The problem is they don't fit anywhere. Humanity is a binary species. We have men and we have women. But when you have men pretending to be women and women pretending to be men, that creates an issue that cannot be solved. Okay? Because men were never meant to have estrogen pumped into them and puberty blockers applied to them. Similarly to how women were never meant to have testosterone injected into them and puberty blockers, etc. Right? It's unnatural, so they don't fit into natural spaces anymore. They've alienated themselves willfully. It's just they don't belong in sports. I mean, they feel like they don't even belong in their own body. So of course they don't belong in sports. It's a natural byproduct, right? It will cause drama, but like, life sucks, right? There's plenty of drama in the world already. Like, there are mothers who have to go to jail for committing crimes, but we don't stop and say, well, we have to accommodate for these mothers and their children. No, we put the kids in foster care, the mom goes to jail. Like, a simple truth is, like, you deal with it, you know, in the easiest way. Whatever way doesn't cause chaos, right? We just need an order, and it's easier to establish order, lasting order, if we just ban trans people from sports altogether than it is to accommodate them, because trying to accommodate them creates too many red flag situations. All right, let's sell the ambrosia. We're gonna keep the bioferrite. I think we'll be able to use that soon. It's interesting to know that we can buy it. I think I'm gonna buy that. I'll buy another psychic shock lance as well. All right. Honestly, oh snap, that's not even a stretch. I kind of agree with that. The thing is, people have to live with things that they don't like as a matter of course. It's a part of being alive, right? There's people who don't want to work. There's people who don't want to be parents, who have kids. Like, I feel like we give too much to people. Abortion should not exist. It's murder. Let's call it what it is. It's fucking murder. Okay? People have to work to survive. We don't typically, like, they can't opt out of work. So anybody born in the body of a man who doesn't want to be a man, doesn't matter. You can't opt out of being what you are. Right? At that point, it's delusion. At that point, it's a mental illness and we need to institutionalize it. You can't opt out of the burden of existing and the many realities contained therein. You can't be born and then be like, you know what? I don't want to ever have been born, right? You can't undo reality. You just can't. It's easier to simply say things are what they are and we have to respect them as such, instead of trying to accommodate. Well, there's, I don't know. When looking at one thing, you have to look at the second order effects that will stem from it. Kind of like a good example is I don't know. I don't know. I'm getting fatigued. We've been talking for a while about this, and I feel like trans people have no space in my head. I feel like they shouldn't even have a right to be trans because they're just undoing biology. Like, they're rebelling against reality. And I feel like we used to call that mental illness, you know? Devil Strand, a full Devil Strand outfit. Hell yeah. Oh, buddy, we got a full Devil Strand outfit. That's pretty good armor. It doesn't have the best blunt protection, but it is good. And we still have Devil Strand left over. Well, Orochi, think of it this way. Right? The WNBA negatively affects the NBA because the NBA has to use its money to keep the WNBA afloat. The WNBA not only doesn't make any money, it actually costs money. It's a net negative to have a women's basketball league because not enough people watch it. They're busy watching male basketball. Nobody watches the WNBA, right? So the WNBA bleeds money and it requires the NBA to fund it. So if you make this separate trans league, who's gonna pay for it? If nobody's watching it, then let's say you make a trans hockey league. Is it really fair to take money away from the NHL so that trans people can play hockey?
Well, not only that, but let's be real here. Trans hockey league would just be another male hockey league.
Yeah, a trans hockey league would be another male hockey league. It would just be a bunch of men pretending to be women. Everybody's pretty well armed now. This is nice. Where's that Hellcat rifle? I want it. There it is. What do we actually do, Orochi? You don't have a new league. Plain and simple, you ban trans people from sports. They fucked with their bodies too much, so it's never gonna be fair. Yeah, the same way that you don't let people on steroids compete. There is very little difference between giving steroids to a man and giving testosterone to a woman. They're too chemically fucked with, which causes too many variables. Too many variables. But that's just it, Orochi. We can't do it. I think that we need to ban trans people from sports. Like, we can do it. We have to listen to them bitch about it, sure. Maybe a couple trannies are gonna shoot up a few schools. But after that, we're gonna ban transgenderism altogether and do away with the madness of it. It is insanity. It's insanity. Any man who wants to cut off his dick is crazy. Any woman who wants to chop off her tits is crazy on their face. Like, it's not something we need to entertain. Any more than a kid who thinks like a little girl who thinks she's a princess, like, or a cat. Like, they grow out of it, and if they don't, we institutionalize them. Simple. But catering to mental illness makes the society that caters to it crazy. All right, we are very stable. We've done a really good job of expanding this place today. We have a lot of graves filled with combatants, and all we have to do now is continue researching dead life dust. It's going good. Yeah, and that's it. That's it, Orochi, right? The real mercy is that you don't have to figure out a solution. They just have to accept that the solution's already there. Trans people don't get a league. They don't get to compete in sports because they're chemically fucked with, right? And that takes the stress off of you. You don't have to figure it out for them. They can't even figure out how to live in their own body. So there's no way we're going to figure out transports, right? The simple truth is, if they fuck with their body, they don't get to compete, right? It's easy. It's easy. And it takes the responsibility off of you. You don't have to worry about the answer. That's their problem. But they can't even answer the basic question of how do I exist as who I am. So, like, it's a lost cause, right? They will ban it. Don't worry. Trump is already working on it, buddy. He's already working on it. And the thing is that you need to remember is that in countries like in European countries, it's not even an issue. Like the UK already said that you can't be trans and that you have to abide by your biological sex. And Trump is doing the same thing here. This whole trans madness, it's just going to get phased out. It's over, buddy. It's going away. Yeah, it's all good, Orochi. It's all good. The thing is, the important thing to remember is that it's not your responsibility to fix it. It's their responsibility to accept that it's an unfixable problem. Because we can't give rights to trans people without taking rights away from others. Oh, I just can't wait. I can't wait. On this stream, I'm going to get a comment from somebody that says, I had to stop watching around the 5-hour mark because I knew that the Hitler did nothing wrong comment was about to come. I got one of those the other day. We were talking about, I think it was my Schedule 1 stream that I did. And we were talking about black culture, rap music, the excess prevalence of violence in the black community. And I got a comment basically saying that they had to leave because they knew I was about to say Hitler did nothing wrong, you know? Well, I mean, and that's the thing, Orochi. If you don't care about sports at all, then it's nothing you even need to think about. Let the people actually, that reinforces the point, is that people who do care about sports are banning trans people. It's already working itself out, right? The thing is, people who don't care about sports, they shouldn't even have a say, right? But the people who are in sports are the people who took away Leah Thomas's medals, Will Thomas's medals. Right? They are changing the leagues to accommodate for women at the expense of trans people because that's what everyone wants. That's what the athletes want. That's what seems fair to them. So it's what they're doing. All right, let's resume this work order here. Smelt metal from slag. We never even bothered opening up these, the hermetic crates. There might be crazy loot in there. And that's the ultimate irony, right? Trans people are always like, I have a right to exist. And it's like, nobody's disputing that. But you don't think you have a right to exist in the body that you were born in. You know, it's this massive thing. It's just weird. Medical treatment needed. I think he'll self-tend. Fucking lung rot. We're gonna have to get more More heal root. Let's just harvest all that. Fucking 17 of it. Easy. Well, we no longer need to do the void provocation rituals. We are about to have dead life dust. More or less. No, I agree, Orochi, I agree. I mean, the thing is, kids they're not smart enough to make decisions like that, right? And I remember that's what we talked about in the 7 Days to Die stream. They're too young. And even then, I feel like adults who grow up to think that they're in the wrong body are not trans, but just clinically insane. Like, they're crazy. They have a level of trauma and damage that cutting off your dick ain't gonna fix it, you know? They need, like, extreme psychotherapy. All right, well, guys, I think I'm gonna call the stream here. We made tremendous fucking progress today. Tremendous progress. Like, we had electrical when we started, but we're now researching the dead life dust. We got more colonists. We defeated tons of different threats. I don't think I've ever survived this many threats before. Right? Which is huge. So I'm definitely gaining a lot of good experience, and in due time, maybe like a week, we're gonna have access to a new update, a massive update for this game called Odyssey. And I am so excited to dip my toes into Odyssey, I can't even express it. So, fuck yeah. All right, guys. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a wonderful evening and a good sleep, and I hope to see a lot of you here to chill tomorrow. Until then, guys, later.